California Community Power has been joined by Peninsula Clean Energy. It happened, our discussions happened at the end of last year. The entity is created, it's up and running. They're having almost monthly board meetings. And the issue of the first issue that was the big major reason for getting involved, which was the long duration storage. You remember that we at our own board had a discussion about policies, labor and environmental policies that we felt needed to be created in order for that organization to go forward. And we asked Jan Pepper to make that one of her primary focuses in working there with as a member of that board, which she has done well with. Jan has the long duration storage labor policy, which was adopted separately from a mainline labor and environmental policy that will serve going forward, but it was created quicker in order to facilitate the long duration storage project. As we are now going back and looking at creating the long-term policies for labor and environment, we're finding that things are appearing different in proposals that are being made by the board at large. And I don't want to belabor this and go too far, but I want to say there are some significant differences that need to be looked at. And I wanted to, just a few, for instance, the prevailing wage language, which is very important on these projects and was stated very clearly on the long duration storage policy, doesn't really exist in the very clear state that it needs to exist on the new policy. That, along with the policy scope, it's not really very clear. It doesn't actually say that it will include, for instance, going forward, long duration storage projects beyond this one, right? It doesn't even mention this particular project. There are several different things. And what I would like to do is ask that a couple of things. One is that, Jan, could we send for future reference and for comparison purposes to all of the board members a copy of both the LDS labor and environment policy and the current proposed policy that's being worked on by the board of directors at CCP, which, by the way, is a board of CEOs. Jan, could we do that?
Well, Rick, let's take that under advisement and deal with that.
Okay, let me just
offline. I don't want to take time on it now. The comment is good.
Fine. Well, I have additional comment, not much more. Thank you, but that's one thing I would like to ask for. Additionally, for purposes of comparison and for understanding, I've been attending all of these meetings and taking part in them. I would like to offer myself as a resource to help any board members understand the differences between these policies. I would like to state also that this board seems to be, CCP seems to be extremely reluctant to put in place any kind of an advisory committee. We have our own, it's populated by citizens, people we have chosen to have on our CAC. This board has only staff members. They're all CEOs of the entities they represent. And so there seems to be no actual public accountability, and people don't really find out what's going on, if they do, until after the fact. So the proposal that's been coming out from both labor and the environment is that they form some kind of an advisory committee, and it doesn't have to be citizens. I think that's been part of the problem, is it's a lot of work to maintain a citizen advisory committee. Maybe it could be in a committee made up of board members of the all of each of the 10 CCAs that are currently members now. I'd like to throw that out there along with the question that I raised and offer myself as a resource. Anybody can contact me for more information.
Okay, thank you, Rick. I've got a comment from Tim Buziak, and I want to make sure comments are not on things on the agenda. Jen, do you have a comment first?
Just that we need to in the future, we should agendize, take Mr. Bonilla's request and agendize it. I think that's the most appropriate way to deal with it.
Great, thank you. We will do that.
Rick, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So good morning. My name's Dr. Tim Busick. I'm a member of the Citizen Advisory Committee. I'm essentially repeating my comment from last year when I resigned in protest from working groups. As far as I can see, nothing has changed. Last year we asked, what if this is the last best year for us? Now we know that it's just getting worse. California is literally on fire. Many inland areas are becoming uninhabitable. We are running out of water, not accounting for further 40% heating over the next 15 years already locked in. In a global survey of 16 to 25-year-olds published last week, we learned, quote, 4 in 10 young people around the world are hesitant to have children as a result of the climate crisis. 3/4 agreed with the statement, the future is frightening. Nearly half reported feeling distressed or anxious about the climate in a way that was affecting their daily lives and functioning, end quote. Yesterday, Greta and many other young people were again out protesting against governments that are betraying them with, quote, vague, indistinct climate targets. San Mateo County and PCE are showcases for being relatively wealthy and progressive, innovation all around, suggesting more responsibility for leading and evading the problem, declaring a climate emergency in September 2019 with no visible response. PCE being the only significant climate action entity in the county with a program budget of 35 million, yet 2/3 of customers and especially our youth not knowing it. Through all crises of the last years, it was on the sidelines. Having a strategic goal to contribute to lower greenhouse gas emissions to 2045, a vague and indistinct goal if ever there was one. This actually holds everyone back. It would be worse if PCE was known. The programs, it seems, achieved about 10,000 metric ton greenhouse gas emission reductions in 2020. At this pace, it will take 410 years to get to zero. The youth of the world are far ahead. They are ready to understand the severity and consequences of the burning house, and that it takes actual plans and action on the scale of the problem. Please take responsibility, do something, or resign. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, I think I have one more public comment. No, it looks like it went away. Okay, if we have no further public comments, I would like to have a motion to set the agenda and present and approve the consent items.
So moved by Hale, Redwood City.
Thank you.
Second, Mates.
Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
San Mateo County,
Yes.
San Mateo County, Atherton,
Yes.
Belmont,
Yes.
Brisbane,
Yes.
Burlingame, Colma,
Yes.
Daly City,
Yes.
East Palo Alto,
Yes.
Foster City, Half Moon Bay,
Yes.
Hillsborough,
Yes.
Los Banos, Menlo Park,
Yes.
Millbrae. We'll circle back. Pacifica,
I can't hear. Can you hear me? Millbrae is yes.
thank you. Portola Valley,
Yes.
Redwood City,
Yes.
San Bruno,
Yes.
San Carlos,
Yes.
San Mateo,
Yes,
South San Francisco, and Woodside. The motion passes.
Thank you. And by the way, I think that Carol is on the line, so she was muted, but she is on the lines, just so you know for next time. Okay, the next now we're moving into our regular agenda. We have 2 business items that we'd like to take care of quickly that are only on the agenda because they're very important. And then we will get into our strategic items. The first regular agenda item is approval of a resolution delegating authority to the CEO to approve a power purchase agreement with Chaparral Solar.
This will be presented by Siobhan.
Yeah,
Great.
thank you. I'm Siobhan Doherty, the Director of Power Resources for Peninsula Clean Energy. Today, we're coming to the board to ask you to approve a power purchase agreement for a solar plus storage project. And this will be Peninsula Clean Energy's first utility scale solar plus storage project. Next slide, please. just restated the recommendation. This is the same as the board item. You can go to the next slide. In 2020, Peninsula Clean Energy launched a RFP for long-term renewable energy plus storage. We were looking for projects that would provide renewable energy contracts that were at least 10 years in length. We received numerous offers for solar, storage, wind, and geothermal. Solar plus storage was a high priority coming out of this RFP. This is going to be important to provide flexibility to our portfolio, move solar energy from the middle of the day to the higher demand hours in the evening, and ultimately will be needed to help us meet our goal to be renewable energy, to provide renewable energy to our customers on a 24/7 basis. Next slide, please. So just to provide a little bit of overview of this project, it's being developed by Leeward Renewable Energy. It's located in Kern County, just outside of Rosamond. It's a 102 megawatt solar project, and then it has a 52 megawatt 4-hour lithium ion battery. It will be a 15-year contract and will start receiving power at the end of 2023. It's a very mature project as far as the development cycle. It's already received its conditional use permit earlier this year, and it also has its interconnection agreement executed, and it has signed a commitment letter to enter into a 5-craft PLA for construction of the project. Next slide, please. The contract structure is very similar to our other solar contracts. We will pay for all of the output of the solar generating portion at a fixed price per megawatt hour throughout the term of the contract. And then we'll pay for the storage portion at a fixed price that's determined as a kilowatt month number. We're not escalating either of those. Those prices will remain flat throughout the term of the contract. And then we will receive all of the product attributes from the facility. So that includes the energy, the renewable attributes for the energy, ancillary services, and resource adequacy. Next slide, please. I mentioned this already. The project has signed a commitment letter and will enter into a project labor agreement for construction. And then also as part of the permitting process, they received some positive comments from labor organizations. I think this project has some good support from that perspective. Next slide, please. When we ran the RFO last year, we worked with a couple of environmental nonprofits to put together a system to evaluate environmental impact. And what those organizations recommended was looking at the footprint of the project to see whether or not the project was located in a restricted or high conflict area. And so we did this for both the USGS Protected Areas Database and for the Renewable Energy Transmission Initiative, or READY. And we found that the project was not located in a protected area for either of those databases. Next slide, please. And then I mentioned it already has received its conditional use permit. Kern County was the lead agency for the CEQA process. And in April, it received its CUP from Kern County. It's not subject to Williamson Act land use contract. It was not located in an area that has been designated as prime farmland. Next slide. So when we look at the generation profile of how this will help us meet our load, these charts are showing us the generation profile both for the solar by itself, the storage, and combined together. So each chart is a different month in the year, starting with January in the top left. The green line is the generation, the net generation. The red line is the solar. So if there were no battery, how would the solar produce by itself? The blue line is what the battery is doing, and then the green is the net of those two together. So if we look at a month like April, we start seeing the battery producing enough, or the solar producing enough energy for the battery. So by itself, the solar would produce sort of a smooth curve. The battery then we see is going to charge in the middle of the day and then discharge in the evening where we have more demand from our customers. We get a lot of usage out of that battery from about March through October. In the winter months, there's a lot less solar generation, so the battery could potentially be used less than the other months. Next slide. And then this is how the project is going to contribute to our whole portfolio in 2025. So on these charts, we again have one chart for each month of the year. The black line is the top is our load. The gray is what our current PPAs are, and the yellow is the addition of this new contract. For all of these, the horizontal axis is hours in the day for each month. So you can see like all solar projects, there's less generation in the winter months, and then we get a lot more in the summer. And this will help us to meet our load through the late afternoon and into the evening hours. Next slide, please. And then, as everyone knows, our strategic plan, one of our priorities is to develop a power portfolio that's sourced by 100% renewable energy and meets our demand on a 24/7 basis. So this will support that goal, as well as the goals to provide low-cost clean energy to our customers. Next slide, please. All right, so that is the end. So just restating our recommendation to approve the resolution that would authorize the CEO to execute this contract. Any questions?
I have a question, Siobhan.
Yeah.
And then maybe that'll help encourage some others. So I've got questions about the relationship between the power and the battery. Yep. The first question, and there are two questions, I'll ask them both. They're probably related. The first question is, in your estimation, is it your assessment that because we're taking power with the battery during the months where there's excess power being generated, that we will avoid curtailment at this facility? And the second question is, the power is 102 megawatts, and the way you stated the battery was a 52 megawatt battery set, which I assume is able to accumulate 208 megawatt hours. And I'm just, does that mean that if we wanted to in the future, there's the ability to add additional batteries, since it shows 52 megawatts versus 102 of production? And does the contract allow us to add?
So for the first question, our intention is that the battery would help us to avoid curtailment, especially when we see the most curtailment is in the spring, where we have lower load and there's a lot of generation on the grid. So the battery should help us to avoid that by shifting power to the other hours where there's more demand. So that will happen. We did not contemplate expanding the battery, I think because at a certain point, the solar power will not be generating enough to charge that battery. And like most projects, this will charge only from solar for the first about 6 years of the contract because of tax reasons. And then after that, we'll have the ability to charge from the grid, but we did not contemplate adding more batteries to this particular project.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? I don't see anyone with a hand raised. Is there any public comment on this issue?
But I saw Pradeep. Did Pradeep have a question?
Okay, great. Go ahead, Pradeep.
Well, I had a question, but Rick, you asked that question, so it's been taken care of. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. If there's no public comment and there's no further questions from the board, Rick Benia, I think you have your hand up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I think this is a great project and I want to offer my full support. Thank you.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second, Palmer Lohan San Carlos.
And Giselle,
I was just politely raising my hand to make a motion, but my colleagues beat me to it. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Chair DeGolia, we actually have a member of the public who would like to speak.
Oh, okay. If anybody wants to speak, the easiest way for me to see it is if you raise your hand by clicking on the reactions button at the bottom of your screen. But Nellie, if you see anybody in the future, just please let me know, because I'm not looking at faces. I'm just looking at the participants tag.
Great,
So
thank you.
I see Raul has a comment, please.
Yes, thank you. And apologies, I didn't realize that the raised hand was in the reaction.
No problem.
I had a question about the location of the site and how the power consumption works for Peninsula Clean Energy's area. Are we taking the energy and placing it in the grid where it becomes part of the overall consumption for the larger utility and is transmitted into the larger supply, or is there some sort of transmission specific agreement to bring the energy and service the Peninsula Clean Energy's area?
Yeah, I can respond. Peninsula Clean Energy is part of the California Independent System Operator Grid, or CAISO. So the energy will be transmitted into input into CAISO and then part of the larger grid. And then we will receive all of the renewable energy credits from the project, and those will be tracked in the tracking system that tracks those things for California.
Great. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call?
San Mateo County,
Yes.
one moment here. San Mateo County. Atherton,
Yes.
Belmont,
Yes.
Brisbane,
Yes.
Burlingame, Colma,
Yes.
Daly City,
Yes.
East Palo Alto,
Yes.
Foster City, Half Moon Bay,
Yes.
Hillsborough,
Yes.
Los Banos, Menlo Park,
Yes.
Millbrae,
Yes, and thank you for adding the new section on environmental attributes.
Pacifica,
Yes.
Portola Valley,
Yes.
Redwood City,
Yes.
San Bruno,
Yes.
San Carlos,
Yes.
San Mateo,
Yes.
South San Francisco, and Woodside. The motion passes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the next item on the agenda addresses a required response from AB 361 to allow us to continue our hybrid meetings so that they're teleconferenced and we can attend remotely. And my understanding from reading over Jen's analysis of this is that we need to approve this on a monthly basis. And apparently each public entity, even our subcommittees, need to separately approve this. So this is an approval for the board. I don't know if there's any further comment from staff on this.
This is Jen. This is a extension per se of the remote meetings that we've become used to over the past year and change. It does require, as Mr. DeGolia mentioned, a 30-day renewal. So we will be doing this every 30 days. It will find its way to the consent side of the agenda, but as long as the board approves this, we will continue to be able to meet remotely. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Great. I've got Giselle Hale with her hand up.
Thank you. Two quick questions, and I know we have a packed agenda, so you can keep your answers brief. One is, my understanding from reading the bill is that we need to show findings. So I'm curious if we meet the findings, if you could just speak to that at a high level. And then second is, could you clarify what that means around committees? Because a lot of our committees do not meet monthly. So does this mean we need to switch to monthly committee meetings? Thank you.
Jen, do you want to respond to that?
I do, with my little challenge here this morning.
Okay.
The first question, yes, the findings have been made. The findings have been made by the resolution, and you'll see that there's an ongoing state of emergency. And it also includes reference to the public health officer for San Mateo County, as well as the transmission rate for San Mateo County. So those are the findings that are necessary, and we have those written out in the resolutions itself, and that will continue to be analyzed. If that changes, then you're absolutely right, Giselle. Then we'll have to see if we're on the right side of this bill and continuing remote meetings. And the other part of it that you asked about was our subcommittees. And you're absolutely right. It's burdensome for each of those subcommittees to have to re-up the remote requirements on a 30-day basis. Unfortunately, that is sort of how it has shook out. In regard to the fact that this bill starts October 1st, and so the old one expires September 30th, we're scheduling special meetings in order for those subcommittees to reauthorize or authorize remote under AB 361.
Great. Okay, thank you. I've got a comment from Dave Pine.
My question concerns what procedures we need to follow once we do start to meet in person again. Will Peninsula Clean Energy be required to provide teleconference or video conference capabilities to members of the public and to board members? In other words, once we start meeting in person, what will be different?
So I don't think that that's been fully fleshed out, and we can certainly revisit that once we do start meeting in person. There will be socially distanced requirements, but that isn't fully fleshed out in the bill. It's certainly not what we are concentrating on in readopting the remote requirements under 361.
Okay, great. Thank you. I don't see any other comments from board members. Tiger Gus.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow on to Giselle's question briefly. Is it not possible to add on to our resolution that subcommittees also are included in our resolution?
Yeah, that's a really good question and something that we explored. Obviously, that would be the easiest way to do it. It's not specifically authorized by the wording of the rule. So in order to be as safe as possible, we're having each of the legislative bodies of Peninsula Clean Energy reauthorize the decision to meet remotely, and that is also the same model that the County of San Mateo is following. It's recommending that except boards, commissions follow this advice to meet remotely, but it is not portraying itself as authorizing that extension. So that is kind of a legal a vulnerability of this bill. It's not super clear, and it's the position of our office that each of the subcommittees needs to reauthorize.
Okay, great. I don't see any other comments from members of the board. Is there any public comment on this matter? I don't see. And if anyone has public comment, please raise your hand in the reactions button. It's the easiest way for me to identify you. I don't see any public comment. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve, Bates.
Second, Medina.
Great. And can we please do a roll call, Nellie?
Okay, San Mateo County,
Yes.
San Mateo County, Atherton,
Yes.
Belmont,
Yes.
Brisbane,
Yes.
Burlingame, Colma,
Yes.
Daly City,
Yes.
East Palo Alto,
Yes.
Foster City, Half Moon Bay,
Yes.
Hillsborough,
Yes.
Los Banos, Menlo Park,
Yes.
Millbrae,
Yes.
Pacifica,
Yes.
Portola Valley,
Yes.
Redwood City,
Yes.
San Bruno,
Yes.
San Carlos,
Yes.
San Mateo,
Yes.
South San Francisco, and Woodside. The motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for moving through those functional items. We're now going to move into the strategic portion of the agenda. And the first item is a recommendation and a report from the Citizens Advisory Committee. This report addresses one of the strategic items that is going to be dealt with in detail as item 5B in the agenda, which is scheduled to come up just after noon. So I want to give the Citizens Advisory Committee the ability to make its presentation and alert us to their perspective. This is really relevant in the context of the discussion that we'll have on item 5B. So I want to strongly encourage board members to refrain from commenting at this time and to deal with the recommendation in the context of the 5B discussion where I think it really comes up. But I want to hear from the Citizens Advisory Committee, and I think that they will position the issue so that we can have a very fruitful discussion. My understanding is that Vice Chair Morgan Chaknova is going to present the report. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Thanks, Chair DeGolia.
Okay.
So thank you, Chair DeGolia and honorable members of the board. This is Morgan Chaknova, the Vice Chair of the CAC, just filling in for Ray Larios. And I know we have just a couple minutes and a robust discussion following. So I'll just go into the recommendation and go through the resolution, which is in the agenda packet. So the recommendation from the CAC is that we recommend the Board of Directors to amend Peninsula Clean Energy's goal to contribute to PCE service territory, reaching the state's goal to be 100% greenhouse gas free by 2035 instead of the current goal of 2045. And I'll just add that the resolution drafted by the CAC was tailored during our last meeting with a deliberate sense of urgency in preparation for this board retreat and discussion. Well, the resolution represents what is top of mind for the CAC members, given the current climate emergency that we face. And we believe that the resolution is realistic, measurable, and it is an achievable goal. We understand that to reach this goal, the right policies and the right investments are needed, and that we believe this is a critical first step. So I'll just read through the resolution that was passed unanimously during our meeting on September 9th. Whereas Peninsula Clean Energy has been a leader in innovation, proposing and fostering REACH codes and programs and dedicating itself to achieving targets. And Peninsula Clean Energy continues to take the lead to make the changes that are necessary. And whereas Peninsula Clean Energy continues to lead in confronting the climate emergency, and one key way is to accelerate the target dates for Peninsula Clean Energy's goals. And whereas this goal affects practical actions and demonstrates the commitment to do what is required by scientific realities, now therefore be it resolved, Peninsula Clean Energy CAC recommends to the Board of Directors to amend Peninsula Clean Energy's goal to contribute to Peninsula Clean Energy service territory, reaching the state's goal to be 100% greenhouse gas free by 2035, and take all necessary steps to meet this goal as is required by the climate emergency that we all face. Thank you.
Great. Okay, is there any comment on this at this time? Again, if you have a comment, the best way to let me know is to raise your hand from the reactions tab at the bottom of the page. Although if you wave your hand. If I don't see you, Nellie will, and she'll let me know. I see a comment from Rick Bonilla.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I looked at this, I thought about this, and I think this is really a great idea. I've always been a proponent of, rather than setting far out goals and letting people think that they have that long to work on something, especially when you have something that is such mission critical as the content that we deal with, which is cutting greenhouse gas emissions for all the right reasons, that it's better to set shorter term goals and try to arrive at the place where we need to be in a much more timely manner than waiting for, of course, all of the inertia that comes along with everything that is ever done. So I totally approve of this, and I would ask other board members to please give this generous thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Ann Schneider.
Thank you, Chair. With the situation in the climate, I think that this is critical, and I, like Director Bonilla, hope that all of the board will give this, will vote for this. Thank you.
Okay, Diane. Do I have any other board comments? I don't see any other board comments. And just to be clear, we will be discussing this and we'll take up the vote in the context of 5B so that we have the full picture that's presented from the board at that time. If I don't see any other board members with their hands up, I will go to public comment.
Ann Schneider has her hand up, Rick.
She already commented.
Okay.
I think she just didn't remove her hand.
Okay.
So public comment, Diane Bailey, you had your hand up, but I don't see it up right now.
Thank you so much. I will hold my comments until 5B. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, Bruce Carney.
Yes, thank you. You referred earlier to 5B coming up after noon. Is that a time certain? I'd like to listen in on that discussion, but if I can get back to hours of my day, I'd like to do that as well and come back for 5B.
Well, it's a projected time, and based on our projected timetable, we're currently 15 minutes ahead of our schedule. So, you know, we never know. We've got a great deal of material to take up before that, but I guarantee you that we will be taking this up.
Thank you.
Jason Mendelson.
I'll be really quick because I'll save something for 5B. I just wanted to point out, which was already stated, that the Citizens Advisory Committee did unanimously adopt this with very little prep, but with great conviction and passion. And we really, really, really think this is important to do. So I'll put that out there now. Thank you.
Great. Okay. I don't see any other public comment at this time. Okay, so we'll come back to this at 5B. Let's move on to item 4 on the agenda, which is our first strategic plan update.
Thank you, Rick. So we're very excited to be coming to you today with our first annual strategic plan update. As you recall, we adopted the strategic plan last year. We reviewed the metrics last year. We did an update to the executive committee in April for a 6-month update, and today we're doing the annual update. So if I could have the next slide, please. What I'm going to go through is the top organizational priorities and the organizational dashboard, and then each team will go through their section as to what their key dashboard metrics are and report out on those to you. Next slide, please. So if you recall, our 2 top priorities and what we're focusing on today at this retreat is to design a portfolio that's 100% renewable by 2025 that aligns consumer demand and supply on a 24/7 basis. And then the second priority is to contribute to San Mateo County reaching the state's goal to be 100% GHG free by 2045. We'd like to suggest that we modify the San Mateo County to be Peninsula Clean Energy member jurisdictions as we now are adding Los Banos. And we'll talk further about the 2045 date. Next slide, please. So for the very top organizational priorities, the 2025 goal to be 100% renewable. So when we looked at our 2019 baseline, where did we start? We were at 47% matching right now, when we're not even trying to do that matching. Right now, we're focusing on annually meeting our GHG free and our renewable energy requirements. So in calendar year 2020, we were also at 47% matching in terms of our renewable energy. And our target, of course, is to be 100% by 2025. We'll be getting into this a lot more detail later on this morning. And then the second one is reducing the overall county greenhouse gas emissions. And the baseline in 2019 is that the emissions in the county are 4.1 million metric tons. And the data for 2020 actually will be available next year. So we're not able to report out exactly on where this has moved. But when Raphael talks about this overall goal later on this morning, we'll be getting into much more detail there and showing how we predict this will be going down. So next slide, please. So we'll turn it over to Siobhan now to report out for the Power Resources team.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So this is just a restating of the strategic objectives for the Power Resources team. I'm not going to go through each of them in detail. They align with our overall goal to be 24/7 renewable by 2025. And then we also have a goal around local power resources and maintaining low cost and reliable power. Next slide. So this is showing our power resource metrics that we measure by, and these are being measured on a calendar year basis. This is because of how renewable energy procurement reporting happens and how our regulatory reporting happens. So we have 5 metrics. The first one, Jan just reviewed, our 24/7 status. On the second row, this is our percent of renewable content measured across the entire year, not trying to match up hourly. So in 2019, we're about 52%, and in 2020, we're 55%. And our goal for both years was 50%, so beating that goal for both years. The next one is the emissions factor for our electricity. And this is across our entire portfolio, so both our Eco Plus and Eco 100. You can see in 2019, we were at 94 pounds, and in 2020, we were at 12 pounds per megawatt hour. The second one is the percentage of our portfolio that is being served by new capacity, so renewable resources that we've built. And in 2019, we were at 0, and in 2020, we had the Wright project come online early in the year and the Mustang later on, and we were at 16%. And then the final metric is around local resources. So our goal is 20 megawatts by 2025, and in 2020, we had installed 1.175 megawatts of local resources. Next slide, please. So a couple of the accomplishments over fiscal year 2021. We hired a new scheduling coordinator who schedules our load. We launched a RFO for new resources. We executed 3 wind PPAs for 245 megawatts. And we executed a contract with Sunrun for local solar and storage for load modification. Those are some of the high level ones. There's also a lot, obviously a lot more on here. Next slide. 2021 fiscal year challenges. I think like everything, COVID slowed down some of our work, both for rolling out the Power on Peninsula program, as well as scheduling some site evaluations for municipal sites. And we also, as part of our RFO, the analysis took longer than we predicted. We did a much more sophisticated and in-depth analysis than previous years, and that slowed down our process a lot. But I think we came to some really great shortlisted projects, and we approved one of those this morning and one last month. I think that's all for me. So we'll move on to the next group. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I had one more. So our priorities for this year are to continue to negotiate contracts to achieve a low cost of power, keeping our budget, our costs below our budget. We'd like to refine our risk policy, execute the contracts from the RFO shortlist. We're doing a lot of work on our 100% time coincident strategy, which we'll talk about later today. And then later this year, we'll expect to launch an RFO for additional projects. We've been working on the long duration storage RFO with CC Power, and we're considering another RFO with them for firm clean resources. That one is my last slide. Thank you.
Okay, we'll turn to Raphael now to report on the programs team. Thank you, Siobhan.
Thank you, directors. Next slide. Next slide. Next, you can go through next. We've got some animation here. Just, sorry. Go ahead and bring up all the bullets here. Programs team is focused naturally on our, I'd call it our distributed decarbonization work. So under signature programs, I would call out that this is a 5-year plan. So the language here is oriented towards, where we are in the market development of electrification. So more market momentum, electrification of transportation, where there already is some market momentum, and initiating this transition with regards to buildings. And we, of course, also want to deliver community benefits and leverage tools like innovation and policy to achieve scale. I would flag also here that the distributed energy resources team did move from power resources to the community programs team recently, but is still currently reflected in the power resources plan at this time. Next slide. In terms of the key indicators, Jan already mentioned the overall county emissions. We are working to develop a 2025 emissions target. 2020 emissions reductions delivered by programs reflects primarily REACH codes that were adopted in 2020. And these figures here reflect the forthcoming expected annual emissions benefit from the 5 local governments that adopted REACH codes in 2020. We're still very early in our deployment of EV charging and all electric buildings, so low numbers there for 2020. But we did make substantial investments in low income and underserved communities with 40% of the budget. And this is led primarily by the Power on Peninsula medical program, which deployed the solar and storage support for folks in need, as well as a number of other programs. Our cumulative targets are reflected here. This is intended to be a roll-up of expected cumulative effects through 2025. I would note that this is a pace of roughly 2% of annual emissions currently. Next slide. I'm not going to go through all of these in detail. We'll have more time later on the agenda with 5B to go through some of these key points, but just flag that the REACH codes have absolutely been a huge success. A special thank you to all the directors who've been heavily engaged in making that a success. Thank you. Next. In terms of challenges, as Siobhan noted, the pandemic has hit everybody. That's still a significant factor in terms of constraining in-person events, and notably now the supply constraints for products and costs and contractors. We are definitely feeling that, and that's a point of concern, but hopefully that will begin to unwind in the months ahead. The EV Ready program, which is our largest scale program for installation of EV charging, has been slowed both initially by lack of property owner interest, particularly early this year, and now slowed by transaction timing with regards to engaging contractors and executing on installations, but we are hopeful, given our pipeline, that that will begin to move in the months ahead. On building electrification, we are dealing with the beginning of the market transformation, so low awareness is a major issue. High costs that we're seeing from contractors, and that's partly COVID related, but also the challenging economics associated with building electrification. And then we have had some staff turnover and are looking to bring on additional staff. Next slide. In terms of priorities, just briefly here, I would flag that the REACH codes are continue to be a priority with the 2022 cycle coming up here next. We are hopeful that the state building code will catch up in 2025. And then we have some jurisdictions working on existing building policy. Charger installations are now particularly high priority, as well as upcoming pilot on managed charging. And then in buildings, on bill finance, which the board approved last month, is moving to implementation, along with reviewing our current incentive program. And then our solar and storage efforts are continuing to ramp up with more engagement now with local governments in particular. And then finally, work on state policy associated with tariff on bill finance and other priorities. And finally, we are in preparation now with to get our programs ready for the Los Banos rollout. Thank you.
Okay, I think I will take, is that the end of your presentation, Raphael?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I know this is very deep. Let me just give a little perspective. What we're doing is going over our strategic plan here, setting the stage for the two big discussions that we're going to have, which address items of strategy, the 24/7 renewable energy, and how we help decarbonize our member cities and county. And so I just want to frame this, that these items are going to be discussed as we unfold them in our meetings throughout the year. So this is the target here, isn't to have a big discussion, although I'm saying this to precede taking comments, because I want to take comments, but I want to be clear that that these issues are deep and they need to be dealt with in our regular board meetings rather than take up an enormous amount of time at this retreat. Okay, I've got a comment from Rick Bonilla and then Giselle Hale. Go ahead, Rick. You're muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the comment you just made, so I will not drag this out far. But it's a question about, and it goes back to the slide, Raphael, 2021 challenges. And if we look down at your electrification item and you talk about the low cost of gas as being one of the challenges, could you show that slide, please, Raphael? Or whoever is showing slides. There we are. So when we talk about the low cost, we're not actually considering the actual cost of all the impacts, both social, health, climate, all of those costs. I'd like to ask if we considered some way that we can start publicizing what the actual cost of continued use of natural gas is. Thank you.
That's an excellent point.
Okay, Giselle.
That's a fantastic point. Thanks, Rick. Few questions. The Power of the Peninsula Homeowner Program that Siobhan had presented as a challenge. I am curious to know, because if you think about the last year, home improvements was such a big theme in terms of spend. So I'd love to know if there were thoughts on why there was challenge with adoption on that. And then I have questions on two other slides for Raphael.
Well, in terms, it is true that that there's a lot of remodeling work being done due to shelter in place. That actually there is both unusually high demand for remodels and new construction at the same time, which normally don't happen at the same time. And so demand for contractors is extremely high. And that is resulting in high costs across the board for any kind of construction activity. And in addition, there are supply chain issues. So these are all major factors playing into high construction costs.
Okay, and I want to just make sure maybe we could go back to that slide. It was earlier, it was in the 20s. I'm not sure that that speaks to, maybe it does, but this isn't the right slide. It was the challenges slide that Siobhan had presented. There we go.
I apologize. I may have misunderstood the question.
That's okay. And I don't know if that's the same response or if there was a different reason behind that.
Yeah, I think there was just a little bit of a slowdown, particularly last summer, getting these out when we're still really in the more peak of the pandemic than we are now. There was some slowdown around how would permitting happen while no one was in the office, and just slowdowns related to that type of work.
Okay, well, I don't know what the right forum or committee is for that, but it'd be good to dissect that a bit more. I think a lot of our cities have now figured out how to do a lot of things remotely, and get through the logjam. So that's helpful to know. Slide 29. When I look at this slide, I almost see an overlay of red, yellow, green, on track, a little bit at risk, and very much at risk. And I feel like transportation would be very much at risk, and also not the forum for this, but again, my assumption would have been we would have seen some significant gains in 2020 due to shelter in place, due to work from home, due to the remote work trend. Are we banking those impacts? Because I know many county organizations, many nonprofits are really focused on hybrid work as a way of getting people off the roads, in addition to all the great work so many of our transportation entities are doing to get people to use alternative transportation and to get people using electric vehicles and electric bikes. So anything that you wanted to say to that, and I would assume there'll be a significant work stream around how we hit this number.
From the standpoint of, I understand the question from the standpoint of overall county emissions, and certainly there was a decline in commute patterns, particularly early in the pandemic with work from home, and writ large, globally there was clearly a decline. But by the end of the year, those emissions were back up. Again, I'm talking globally, to near pre-pandemic levels. And currently, and this is a personal observation, it appears that what's happened is people that were taking transit are driving. And then people that work in the office are working at home. But if you actually look at the freeways, they're just as packed. Our VMT is pretty much pre-pandemic now. So that means that there's much fewer passengers are taking transit. So that's one of the things that appears to be happening.
So my follow-up on that would just be, how do we get to a 50-fold increase by 2025? That seems really tough. So would be good to discuss that later. And then slide 31, I just want to make a comment that it feels like we have a real opportunity for some rapid job retraining, perhaps partnering with some of our friends in labor and figuring out how we can get more people into these types of jobs. The demand is there. The desire is there, and that could be sort of an interesting angle to take.
Great. Okay. I have a comment from Laura.
Great. Thank you, Chair Lagolia, and thank you, Chair, for framing the discussion for us around the fact that these are issues that we'll be exploring throughout the year. I also wanted to build on Board Member Hale's comment about red, yellow, green. When I look at some of the metrics that we're observing right now around renewable content, new capacity that Siobhan presented, as well as transit, as was just discussed, small incremental gains between 20 and 21, and then a really big delta between 21 and 25. So to build on what was already said, I might suggest that we have an at-a-glance dashboard around these metrics that includes the likelihood of our ability to hit them, as well as the relative impact of our overall goal of reducing our carbon footprint. And I believe that approach to creating some sort of a dashboard will enable the board and staff to have hyper focus on those aspects of our program that will have the most impact to affect change in our community. thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Great. Thanks, Laura. So I have a comment on one of Raphael's slides and a question on one of Siobhan's. And if you could bring up Siobhan's last slide, then that will help. First, I just want to note Raphael, so that everyone on the board really focuses on it, Raphael's language difference between developing momentum in the EV area and initiating momentum in the building electrification effort, because I think that language is extremely important. I think it's exactly the right language. It's where we are at. We need to develop that momentum in EV, and we need to, and we have initiated that momentum in building electrification. We've got major challenges in both that I know our staff is totally focused on, but that language is really important, in my opinion. Secondly, I think as time goes, Raphael and Jan and everyone else, we've really got to focus on the measurement issues. I mean, Giselle sort of suggested targeting it with, I think, a good focus of what's at risk and what's in trouble. But it's really about measurements, and our measurements need to be as accurate as we can, even if it's bad news. It's real, because if we gloss over what the measurement is and don't accurately, or as accurately as we can, show where we've got trouble, then we're going to lose confidence and support. It's just really critical. And my question for Siobhan is the last bullet point. This looks important to me, but I don't understand, and my guess is that the board doesn't really understand what firm clean resources are. So if you could please explain that.
Yep, sure. Earlier this year, the CPUC set out some procurement requirements for all load-serving entities in California. One of those is around what they're calling firm clean resources, which is basically something that's considered renewable and has a capacity factor of 80% or greater. So most of our options are going to be geothermal, biomass, or biogas of some kind. And we will be working both on our own RFOs to find those resources, as well as with other CCAs. There's a limited number of geothermal that's in development. These have to be new resources. So that's what that refers to.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other comments from members of the board or questions? I don't see any hands raised. So at this point, I will move to public comment. Is there any public comment? I have a comment from Tim Buziak.
Yes, thank you. On slide 29, at the outset, I mentioned 410 years, and that's where that comes from. If the best that we know, it's 4.1 million metric tons. Right now, and I was being generous, PCE contributes the programs to 10,000 metric tons reduction per year. That gives us on pace for 410 years. That's where that comes from. So just that we know what we are saying, it's 410 years at that pace today, after 4 years of operation. Now it's the next column is 2025, says that we would then hopefully be on pace at 2% per year, which would put us on a pace of 50 years looking out into the future. So unless, and this is the only entity in San Mateo County really with an organization and budget to do something. Unless someone can point to anybody else who's going to lead to emissions reductions, that is what we are saying. And that is my point, is that please, let's not tell anybody about this. This is like raising the white flag. We don't know how to get there. Even in the best projection here, it's like in 4 years, we will be on pace to do so, to be done in 50 years. That's beyond the 2035 or 2045 goal, right? So that's, let's just be clear, those are the numbers, and that's why I have this incredible concern. We are not even close. We should not be talking about this. If any youth see this, they'd be like completely frustrated and giving up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we've got quite a bit more on this presentation before we move to the next item. So I just want to encourage everyone to keep their comments short. Raul.
Yes, thank you. Comments on a couple of points on the slides. One was about the lack of awareness within the community to help move forward on electrification. I think I absolutely agree with that, and I feel that when discussing with other people within my friends and other social circles, people are not really aware of all the programs and incentives available to install heat pumps, move forward with all the other aspects needed. So would appreciate ideas or discussions, anything that even we can do as a member of the public, or engagement with the Citizens Advisory Council to make this a larger issue. We do have a large population, a percentage of population that can afford these items. We have seen that even with the new electric cars, where there's quite a bit. It is a product that's extremely good. A lot of people buy it. You have waiting lists, and then of course it's great to see the incentives for used electric cars from Peninsula Clean Energy. So I think that's kind of the awareness that needs to go on, and that I think will help build momentum to bring these prices down. I do realize there's a big challenge in terms of the people needed to install this, and I think that's where maybe some more engagement, maybe with the community colleges, to bring more training for these specific types of contractors to help accelerate the pace of awareness. And finally, there's this lack. I don't know if it's a lack of coordination or if it's just something that is a bigger thing, which is the cost of natural gas continues to be so low that even for folks who have gone fully electrified it and can afford it, still see that big change in the bill because the electric prices jump, and there's the coordinated gas price it continues to stay very low, and of course lower income folks cannot afford that. So that I think is something that needs a broader engagement or some sort of different kind of incentive program. But I think that would be appreciate much more a discussion or awareness or ideas on that side. That'd be it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on to the rest of this report.
Okay, we will now hear from KJ, which is about marketing and awareness, the public policy, financial stewardship, and organizational excellence. So let's get to those exciting parts of our organization. KJ.
Good morning. I'm KJ Janowski. I'm the Director of Marketing and Community Relations, and I'll be presenting this section. And if there are questions on the customer care piece, then Leslie Brown, our Director of Customer Care, will address those. Next slide, please. I think the board is familiar with the objectives that we have in our strategic plan. They are around brand reputation, but specifically about being a trusted and credible source of information for our stakeholders and our residential and business customers, so that we can actually have a basis upon which to ask them to take action, to inspire action, and to drive participation in the programs that we're developing. And then, of course, we would like to continue to have high levels of customer satisfaction and enjoy the high customer retention rates that we have. Next slide, please. This is our dashboard. The participation rate remains at 97%, very robustly. The second two measures are measured based on a survey of residents. So the aided awareness and the favorability ratings, you'll see that in FY21, those numbers appear to have fallen, but because these are survey-based data and there is a range of error around these numbers, this is basically essentially remaining unchanged. The key account engagement has improved. We've been able to do some additional workshops, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And then the residential and small and medium business customers we rate as medium to low engagement. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go through all the details on this because we're short on time, but I will point out a few highlights. Despite the fact that our awareness among residential customers is stagnant, we are in fact well positioned in the media as leaders and experts in the field. We also, you can see in the engagement program participation, the All Electric Awards, the Switches On campaign are part of our nascent effort to create awareness around building decarbonization, and there's more coming on that. We have also had a very strong program last year in calendar 21. We awarded 10 outreach grants as opposed to 4 the previous year, with greater emphasis on incorporating community-based organizations to address low income and diverse groups. The schools program continues to be a robust source of a robust location for us to be investing. And this includes not only K-12, but expanded last year to include a program with the San Mateo County Community College District. The Citizens Advisory Committee rejuvenated working groups last year, and I believe that that is progressing pretty well. And then in terms of the storytelling area or the communication, we have dramatically increased our reach basically through a couple of tools. Nextdoor, for example, where we were able to have a membership there. We are now reaching about 300,000 Nextdoor members on each of our posts. We have that audience available to us on each of the posts. And also because we switched our email vendor to GovDelivery, a Granicus tool, we are now able to message directly via email 180,000 households for whom we have email addresses. In terms of the customer care, we had some really good programs last year in terms of the bill credits, where we did a small and medium business bill credit coupled with a donation to the Renaissance Center. And then we also did a Care and Farah bill credit, which was started in fiscal 20. And then lastly, we have increased strategic accounts engagement and had our first CNI customer workshop in March. Next slide, please. We do face some challenges, as has been noted. We have no improvement in awareness, and more than 2 out of 3 residents do not recognize Peninsula Clean Energy from a list of electricity providers. We have a lot of work to do there. There are some disconnects between our messaging and our audience perceptions. And then in terms of strategic accounts engagement, businesses are still very much dealing with pandemic restricted operations. Next slide, please. Top priorities for fiscal 22, of course, we have the community engagement in Los Banos ahead of the enrollment, which is expected to take place in the first quarter of next calendar year. This second bullet point is probably stated a little too subtly because it's about changing not only the way we talk about and message about our agency, but also the introduction of a new concept around the all electric life. And I'll be discussing this with the board marketing subcommittee on October 7th. But the key point here is that we really need to step this up. We need to have a lot more impact and we need to be very clear about our messaging there. We've begun to do things with regard to EV instead of promoting individual components of our EV program, like the EV rental or the used EV rebate, having an entire umbrella campaign around the adoption of electric vehicles. And then you'll see the other items on here, continuing to support our promotional, the promotional support for the programs that are coming out of the energy programs area, continuing our work with the outreach grantees in schools, and then the launch of utility API, primarily for strategic accounts.
Thank you, KJ. We'll now turn to Jeremy and Mark to review the regulatory and the legislative activities.
Hello there, members of the board. I'm Jeremy Wayne, Director of the Regulatory Policy. Sorry, I'm a little rusty. I've been on paternity leave. Mark?
Good morning. I'm Mark Hirschman, Director of Government Affairs.
Next slide. So our department's priorities are to strongly advocate in public policy sectors for the success of our agency, both through the regulatory and the legislative arenas, and to do so in a manner that demonstrates leadership and enables the broader success of community energy and CCAs throughout the state. Next slide. And we have a number of different metrics. Policy work is much more qualitative than quantitative, so it's a bit difficult to assess, but we have defined different areas to measure our success: PCIA, both regulatory and legislative impact, coalition building, and fostering growth. Really, the main area where we've developed further, I'd say, is in the coalition building, and that's really played out both in legislative and regulatory venues. But I would say our agency's level of influence is growing with time as we delve deeper into important topics in the policy sphere, which we'll get into. Next slide. So for the sake of time, I'm not going to read all of this. I'm happy to have sidebar conversations with any of you and deeper dives. I'll just highlight a few areas where there's been successes in the last year. There's been movement on the PCIA space in terms of getting the commission to walk back some of the greatest complexities they've introduced there, the cap and trigger we had to deal with in the last year, improvements in data access as well. We've been doing a lot in terms of advancing the agency's programmatic objectives through the policy space. We've taken really a front seat leading role in the CPUC's dialogue around transportation electrification and how that should be done and what sorts of technologies should be advanced and who should be involved in that. We also, another area where we've been focusing our energies with the upcoming enrollment of Los Banos. There's been some complexities relating to a commission program, the Disadvantaged Community Green Tariff Program. And there's a risk that present participants in that program that are located in Los Banos might either lose their eligibility in the program or be incentivized to not participate in our program when we launch that community. And we have an administrative fix that is working its way through the commission's process now with already established buy-in and support from the lead commissioner on the matter. So that's not quite resolved, but I expect a positive result in that space. Next slide. Mark?
Yes, so thank you, Jeremy. I'd like to speak a little bit to our Peninsula Clean Energy having met its goals of 2021 of engaging state legislators. One of the challenges was that things in Sacramento were quite different than usual. The pandemic limited personal interaction with legislators. There were fewer bills that moved forward through the legislative process. And of course, the shadow of the recall hung over the Capitol's proceedings. But despite this, Peninsula Clean Energy's impact was felt this past year in Sacramento. And we don't know to what extent those challenges will remain in the year ahead. As mentioned, a key goal was the establishment of a good working relationship with the Peninsula's new Senator, Josh Becker. And one of his key bills in 2021 was SB 68, which addresses building decarbonization. Peninsula Clean Energy endorsed this legislation, and CEO Jan Pepper was invited by Senator Becker to testify in support of SB 68 when it was heard in committee, both in the Senate and then again in the Assembly. And 2021 was an opportunity to lay some groundwork with our in a good working relationship with Los Banos representatives in Sacramento, Senator Ana Caballero and Assembly Member Adam Gray. Our service area is also represented by Assembly Members Mark Berman, Kevin Mullen, Phil Ting, and Senator Scott Wiener, and all three were co-authors of SB 612, which addressed the PCIA, and we thank the many Peninsula Clean Energy jurisdictions which provided strong letters of support, and we look forward to that continuing support in the year ahead. As we continue to build upon the solid foundation we developed over the years with our legislative delegation, and look forward to deepening our relationships in Los Banos as we explore the possibility in the year ahead of initiating legislation and supporting and encouraging further CCA growth in the Central Valley. Thank you.
one last slide in our deck here. I know some of Mark's comments just spoke to our priorities going forward. On the policy regulatory side, we're continuing to, the short way I describe our role to my team is we enable all the other departments of this agency to succeed. And those are really our ongoing priorities. So whether it's procurement or programmatic objectives, or whether it's simply PCIA rate containment so that we have the budget to do all the great things that we want to do. Those are our ever eternal objectives.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark and Jeremy. And welcome back, Jeremy. Jeremy's been on new daddy duty, and nice to see you back again, Jeremy. We will turn to Andy now to talk about our financial stewardship.
Thank you. Next slide, please. The objectives for finance are pretty obvious. Fiscal health and financial controls. I think we do a pretty good job of financial controls, and financial sustainability is certainly the most important long-term objective. Although that's particularly difficult in the world of PCIA we live in. But let me give a look back at where we've been. Next slide, please. 2020, our days cash on hand was 238 days. At the end of 2021, which is a fiscal year end, June 30th, it was 257. And I will note that the column of 2021 fiscal year end, we are in the final stages of our audited financials, and these are still preliminary. I expect very minor changes. We're already aware of some minor changes here, but for the most part, largely these still will hold. And days cash on hand long term is 231. I'll mention that again on next slide. Our credit rating has maintained is investment grade from 2 investment rating agencies, and that's no change. Our long-term objective is to get to an A level on 1 or more of these agencies, but that largely, again, will depend on PCIA and our ability to control the long-term financial viability and performance. Our change in net position in 2020 was nearly 49 million. For fiscal year 2021, again, slightly different from this number shown here, but largely the same. We lost $8 million. That is related largely to PCIA, which I continue to talk about, and it's our biggest challenge, which I'll get to on the challenge page. We did end the year with a net position of almost $181 million. So despite the fact that we had a loss last year and a projected loss for the coming year, we do have a very strong financial position, and we ended the year with about $170 million in cash. Our investment performance, we still have not settled on what our long-term metrics should be. The performance for the 2021 fiscal 21 period was 2%. We largely invest in very safe investments, municipals and safe corporate bonds, all in areas that were near zero interest rates for the last year and a half. And so the fact that it's just slightly positive shouldn't be a surprise to people who follow the marketplace. And given that we don't know when that is going to change, it's hard to predict what the long-term 5-year outlook might look like. And then the average cost of energy, we were just under $62 per megawatt hour in 2020. We were above that in 2021, largely dependent on the first quarter of the fiscal year, which was this last year's summer, July through September, when we had significant heat waves and smoke events, and the fires, all which contributed to significant spikes. We've seen, frankly, similar spikes in the cost of energy in this July through September quarter as well. We're a little better positioned than we were at that time a year ago for weathering, excuse the pun, those spikes. However, I think we'll see some increase as a result of the costs that we can't fully mitigate. Next slide, please. This is just more detail about what I just talked about that I won't spend much time on. Hopefully you got a chance to look at this or will. I will mention days cash on hand that our current forecast for FY25, while our target was 231, the current forecast in the last budget is 211. So while this 5-year plan targeted a 231 level, we've seen some deterioration in our expected performance over the next 5 years as a result of trying to mitigate the impact of the PCIA and also expected changes and from a PG&E generation rates, which we try to maintain a 5% discount, and that still is assumed in this plan. The 5-year forecast does assume that we'll get to a lowest point in about 3 years of 204. Hopefully that's the case. We're certainly targeting and hoping for that. If we do, that still would be well above our organizational policy of 180 days, but we will continue to monitor that closely. Let's see, let's move on to the next slide. As I've said multiple times already in just my short 2 minutes, the PCIA rate increases and the forecasting uncertainty remains our biggest challenge. We saw substantial increases at the first of this year, and that'll have an significant impact on revenues over the next few years. I mentioned about the impact on our reserves, and we will monitor those. We have assumed in our plan some improvement in the PCIA in the next 18 months to 30 months from now. If those don't play out, then our financial forecast would be worse, but hopefully they do. And the current 5-year forecast, which is still a healthy financial picture, plays out as we hope. I guess that's about it, unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Andy. I will go over this last section on organizational excellence, and based on our time, I will try to do this in 1 minute. I'll do it as quickly as I can. So these are our strategic objectives. I won't read over these. We can go to the next slide. Looking at our performance indicators, on the governance side, we ranked that as high, and particularly this last year doing virtual meetings, it was great to see so much participation by the board. So thank you all for coming to the meetings and staying. It seems like coming from home works really well. Our staff satisfaction still feels high. Of course, we haven't seen each other for 1.5 years, except sporadically. But I want to thank the staff for their good work and for hanging in there and for being extremely productive over the last 1.5 years while we've been working remotely. On innovation, we'll talk about that in a second. And let's just, and technology, we have implemented some new systems, and let's go to the next slide and we can talk about that. So we've been implementing a data warehouse project, and that's almost complete, which will allow us to do a lot more analysis internally. So we're very excited about that. And I also wanted to highlight the DEAI effort, the diversity, equity. We've been using this acronym, remember accessibility and inclusion. And this is going to be a key focus of ours over the next 6 to 9 months as we learn about how we're doing in the organization and improving how we reach out to diverse groups and make sure that we're an inclusive organization. We have hired 6 people since the start of COVID, and we have not all met each other, and we're looking forward to all being together again soon. And on the innovation side, we're working on a white paper. We're going to spend a lot of time in the next couple hours talking about our 24/7 renewables effort. Next slide, please. Main challenge is our work from home. We're planning to continue to work from home at least till January. We do have a staff committee that's looking at all of the issues surrounding this and coming up with recommendations on how we get back into the office. And last slide, our priorities for the future are this DEIA work, as I mentioned, and also engaging the board about our lessons learned from the Los Banos expansion and how do we learn from that if we and when we expand to other areas. So that's all I have to say here. If there's any other questions, happy to take those. Otherwise, we'll jump into our strategic priorities. And Rick, I don't know if you want to let people take a break for a few minutes, and then we'll jump in, say at 10:45.
So let me just clarify. So what we've just done is gone over our strategic plan with particular focus in each of its areas. And the next 2 discussions that we're going to have are the specific strategic priorities, which will be updates to the strategic plan. So those issues are particularly important and involve decisions by the board. I think it would make sense to take a 5-minute break right now. We are just slightly behind. So why don't we take a 5-minute bio break, and we will come back at 10:45. Okay. Okay, it's 10:45. I'm hoping people are now in the way of coming back because we need to move on. Jan, can we move on to the first
Sure,
strategic priority?
sure. Would you like me to go ahead and start?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, so we will now start item 5 on our agenda, which is talking about our 2 strategic priorities. And if we go to the next slide, please. In our strategic plan, we have 2 overriding organizational priorities. The first is delivering 100% renewable energy every hour of the day. Renewable energy being defined as resources that meet California's renewable portfolio standard definition, excluding biomass. And then the second is to contribute to the county or all of our jurisdictions reaching the state's goal to be 100% GHG free by 2045. So we're going to focus on these 2 priorities today. The first section is going to be on this first priority, and the Power Resources team is going to go through this priority. And then the second presentation will be our programs team going through the second priority. If we can go to the next slide, please. As I'm sure you're all aware, we're in a crisis mode here. The IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, put out a report last month that said that it's unequivocal that humans have warmed the atmosphere. And we see this in the types of weather we've been seeing here, the wildfires, the heat waves. And this is happening not just in California, it's happening across the nation, and across the world. So it's very important that we try to limit CO2 emissions and do what we can to limit those as soon as possible so they don't continue to build up. Next slide, please. So this first presentation today is going to be on our approach to delivering 24/7 renewable energy by 2025. And if we go to the next slide, we're going to be going over a number of areas here. First, the goal and context, I'll be presenting that. The next section on why is this important will be presented by Sarah Mata. The next section on renewable energy procurement will be presented by Siobhan. Our 24/7 strategies and the phasing of our goal will be presented by Greg Miller. The approach to modeling this and the challenges to meeting this goal will be presented by Mehdi Shararia. And then our next steps I will finish up with. And our hope is to get through this in an hour and a half. Throughout this presentation, after each section, there'll be time for Q&A. And so I'll jump into the first section. So if we go to the next slide, we'll talk about our progress to date. So since our inception, PCE has had a goal to advance the industry and really push the boundaries as far as progress in energy procurement activities and reducing GHG emissions. And when we first started, I proposed to the board that we have our long-term goal be 100% renewable energy, which went beyond what anyone else was doing at that time. And as you recall, when we launched, we were delivering 50% renewable energy from day one, which was 14 years ahead of what the state's goal was at that time, which was to be 50% renewable by 2030. So we've always been ahead of the curve. And then in 2017, I suggested that we have this be on a 24/7 basis, that we match our renewable energy supply with our load so that we aren't relying on fossil fuels at all on the grid, and you adopted that goal. So since that time, we've been conducting analysis. We've started developing a model. We brought Greg on, who's a PhD student at UC Davis, who's focusing on this in his dissertation. And we've been working really hard in developing a model, getting modeling results. And this year we've been finalizing that model, looking at the results and working on a white paper. And we've also convened an external advisory group. So we'll get into that in a minute here. So next slide, why do we have this goal? So we currently deliver 100% GHG free electricity to all of our customers. And we're financially strong, as you heard from Andy. We have 257 days cash on hand. So we've demonstrated that you can be cleaner and greener and be less expensive. Because we've been doing this at 5% savings compared to PG&E. So we're cleaner and greener and it's less expensive, and people will be willing to be cleaner and greener if it doesn't cost them more money. People in the broad sense, no matter what their politics, whatever, if they can save money, they're happy to do this. And right now we match this electricity delivered on an annual basis. So and Sarah is going to get into this in a lot more detail. There's times when we put more clean energy into the grid than what we use. There's also hours when we produce less clean energy than what our customers use. Thus, we have to rely on the grid and the GHG emissions that are being produced there, but on an annual basis, they net out. Next slide. So if we match our supply to our load on an hourly basis, we will not be relying on natural gas plants that are serving the overall system in California. And we can reduce our GHG emissions even more from our electricity supply. So we want to take the lead to show it's possible to do this and that it can be cost effective. And that's what we're trying to figure out as we do our modeling and figure out our procurement strategy. How can we be 100% renewable on a 24/7 basis and still be cost effective for our customers? And then the next slide. Furthermore, earlier action in reducing GHG emissions is better because the CO2 builds up in the atmosphere. If we can reduce the CO2 that's going into the atmosphere more quickly, then we can have a bigger impact. So I want to note that today we will not be talking about costs. We will update the board more in the future about costs. We're going to talk more about what we're doing so far, laying the groundwork for this. We're still in the midst of our modeling and we'll have more results on the costs in a couple months. Next slide, please. So since setting our goal, many others have followed. So on the corporate side, Google has a 24/7 carbon-free goal for their data centers. Other municipalities are looking at this. Des Moines, Iowa, Los Angeles, Rocky Mountain Institute is looking at clean power. The United Nations is building a coalition for 24/7 carbon-free energy. So they're all following what we've done. So good job, PCE. Next slide, please. And I want to show that we are actually being more aggressive. So we have the most ambitious timeline, which is our target's 2025. We have the most ambitious goal, which is 100% renewable, not just carbon free. And we'll talk about why we're focusing on renewable and why we feel we need that to be our goal. And so we want to demonstrate by example that you can do this. No other CCAs are pursuing a goal like this. We're the only ones who are doing this at this time, but we hope others will follow us. Next slide, please. And then when we talk about renewable versus carbon free, Siobhan went over this with the board a year or so ago on what's the difference between renewable and carbon free. Most renewable resources are carbon free, but some have a little bit of carbon impact, geothermal and biogas, namely. And so next slide, please. We just wanted to note what the emissions are from those. We do need some baseload resources like geothermal and biogas, landfill gas, and they do have a minimal amount of carbon emissions. But when you compare that to the overall California system mix, it's substantially less. And so we are proposing that we do include resources like geothermal and biogas. Actually, we're required to do that. As Siobhan noted, we have a requirement from the Energy Commission to have firm, clean resources, which includes resources like this. So there may be a little bit of carbon, but we believe that will be 99.5% at least carbon free, and which is close to 100%. If we go to the next slide. So we're going to focus on these resources here, solar PV, wind, geothermal, small hydro, biogas, waive and title when that becomes cost effective. And in order to meet our goal, we need to be able to schedule each resource. We have to know how much is being generated and delivered to our customers each hour. And with large hydro or nuclear, we are not able to do that because we don't own those resources. We don't have control over those resources. And so even though they may be carbon free, those cannot help us meet our hourly goal of knowing exactly what's going into the grid to meet our customer load each hour and to meet that on an hourly basis. Anyway, we'll be getting into this a lot more. Next slide, please. So the next steps are, first today, we're describing our approach for you and what's going to happen. Actually, let's go to the next slide. And how the board can be engaged. So we're going to ask today at the end of this, who of you would like to be on a subcommittee that gets more into the technical details of our modeling? And we will convene that board subcommittee in the next couple of weeks. We will also be discussing our modeling results with the board and finalizing our white paper. And then we'll be executing on phase 1 of the strategy, which is to procure this energy over the next few years so that we meet this in 2025. And then we're going to talk about phasing and how we might go to phase 2 and evolve the strategy over time. So let's see, next slide, please. We have also convened an external advisory group, kind of a peer advisory group to look at what we're doing, to look at the draft of our white paper and to note any areas where we're missing anything and to also learn from what they're doing. So we've got Google, Lawrence Berkeley Labs, a group at the Midwest Renewable Energy ISO, which is tracking RECs on an hourly basis. Right now in California, they're only tracked on a monthly basis. The folks at Stanford, Rocky Mountain Institute, others that we're bringing on board. We met with this group in August and we plan to meet with them every other month to just kind of look at what we're doing in terms of our white paper. So we'll stop there. Next slide. If there's any questions at this point, or we'll keep moving on for the rest of the presentation. Okay, I don't see any questions, which is great. Let's move on to Sarah, or I'm sorry, are there questions? I'll turn it over to Sarah to get into why renewable, 24/7 renewable is important.
Great, thanks, Jan. Hi, I'm Sarah Mata. I'm an analyst on the Power Resources team. And today I'm going to talk more about why our goal for 24/7 renewable energy is so important. So next slide, please. There's a lot of reasons why this goal is important, and we don't have time to talk about all of them today, but we are going to focus on these 3 topics. Our goal can reduce emissions in every hour of the day. Our goal can help retire fossil fuel plants in a way that simpler goals can't. And our goal will help create a blueprint for sustainable, scalable, renewable energy that other communities can. Next slide, please. So to understand our goal on a more sophisticated level, we need to understand how Peninsula Clean Energy and our energy supplies interact with the California electricity grid. So hopefully many of you have seen this diagram before. It helps explain how Peninsula Clean Energy interacts with the electricity grid and our customers. So we buy clean supplies and we deliver those energy supplies to the California electricity grid. And the electricity grid is a system of wires throughout California that transmits and distributes electricity throughout the state. And our customers are connected to these wires and they receive the energy from the grid in their homes and businesses. Next slide, please. The electricity grid is a complicated system and it can help to think of it, for example, as a river. And just like streams and tributaries add their flow to a big river, so do power plants throughout California add their energy to the electricity grid. And just like in a river, downstream customers use water in their homes and businesses, so on the grid do many customers throughout the state take their energy from the grid. And one of the key points of this analogy is that just like it's impossible to track a single molecule of water in a river, once a unit of energy gets put on the grid by a power plant, it's impossible to track exactly where that unit of energy goes. So instead, what we do is we try to match all the supplies we put on the grid and make sure that it's the exact same amount as our customers are taking off of the grid. Now, the time scale that we do this matching matters, and there's many ways to do it. And we're going to talk about two ways that are common. One is to match everything on a total annual basis, and another way is to match everything on a 24/7 hour by hour basis. So next slide, please. Currently, as of 2021, we provide 100% carbon-free energy to our customers on a total annual basis. So this means every year we purchase enough supply to meet our customer demand over an entire year. So the chart on the right is illustrating this. The vertical axis on this chart is total energy in a year for Peninsula Clean Energy. The black bar shows our customer demand for the year, and the colorful bars represent our supplies, green for renewable, blue for carbon-free. And you can see they match when we look at it on a total year basis. And this annual matching framework is the industry standard. It's how we're required to report to the state. It's how we're required to report in our power content label that's sent to our customers. But we believe that this annual approach does not give us any information on how we're doing on an hour by hour basis. So next slide, please. So in some hours of 2020, we supplied more energy to the grid than our customers needed in that hour. So this chart is showing a single hour from 2020. It's July 4th at 2 p.m. And the bars show how much energy our customers were using in a single hour. So the black bar is how much energy our customers used, and the colorful bars are how much energy we put on the grid. And you can see in this hour, we put more energy on the grid than our customers used. Next slide, please. But in other hours of 2020, we didn't put as much supply on the grid as our customers needed in that hour. So this chart is showing an hour, February 5th of 2020 at 7 p.m. And you can see the black bar, our customers used just over 500 megawatt hours of energy in this hour. But our supplies, the green and dark blue, only amounted to about 100 megawatt hours. So in order to make up the difference, we had to purchase generic grid energy from the California grid in this hour to meet our customers' demands. And so we want to understand what's happening when we have to purchase California grid energy. Next slide, please. So these two charts are helping illustrate what is making up the energy supply on the California grid. And let's focus on the chart on the right with all the colors first. So this chart is showing for a single day, and this day is February 5th of 2020, so that we can compare it to our example hour. Showing a single day what supplies are on the grid. The horizontal axis represents each hour of the day, starting with 1 a.m. on the far left, moving to noon in the middle, and 11:59 p.m. on the right. And the vertical axis shows how much energy is on the grid from each supply. And the different colors represent different types of resources. The green are renewable resources, and you can see a typical renewable pattern here. In the morning, when the sun rises and all of the renewable solar plants start generating energy, the green bar gets thicker. There's more renewable energy on the grid. And when the sun sets and the solar production decreases, the renewable bar here, the green bar, gets thinner. And that's a typical daily pattern we see on the California grid. The orange color represents natural gas. And again, we can see a typical daily pattern. When the sun rises in the morning, the orange bar, the natural gas production, goes down because solar energy is displacing natural gas production. But when the sun sets in the afternoon and the solar power decreases, then the natural gas production increases to meet all the customer demand on the grid. And the other colors in this graph represent other types of resources. Now let's think about the chart on the left. This is showing the emissions intensity on the grid for the same day. And the horizontal axis again is hours in the day. You can see the emissions hold steady until the morning when the sun rises and the solar production is displacing natural gas production, allowing emissions to decrease from the grid. But when the sun sets, emissions rise because natural gas production is increasing to meet the demand that's not being met by solar anymore. So next slide, please. So we want to understand on an hour-by-hour basis, when our customers have to when we have to deliver our customers grid energy, what resources are on the grid and what emissions are associated with the grid at that time. So here we're illustrating from our example hour at 7 p.m. what resources were on the grid, circled in that black box in the colorful chart on the right. And you can see there's a lot of orange in that picture, and those are natural gas resources that are emitting on the grid at this time. And it's also worth noting that the red bars also contain a mix of fossil fuel resources from outside the state. So our 24/7 goal is to figure out how we can reduce our use of grid energy in hours like this. And if we can do that, the emissions from the grid can also decrease because we won't need to use energy from the grid, and the grid won't need to produce as much energy in that hour. Next slide, please. So this is looking at, for 2020, each hour, how did our portfolio perform on a 24/7 basis? So we're basically doing the same analysis we did on the previous slide, but for every hour of the year. And it has created this heat map graphic to illustrate when our emissions due to California grid energy are occurring in the year. So the vertical axis is hours of the day, starting with midnight at the top, moving through noon in the middle, and 11:59 at the bottom. The vertical axis is days of the year, starting with January on the left, moving through spring, summer is in the middle of this graph, and then fall and the beginning of winter, December, is on the far right. So this graphic is showing each hour of 2020 in a single pixel of this graph. The green pixels are hours when we didn't have to use any grid energy, and so there's no grid emissions associated with our portfolio. The yellow, orange, and red pixels are hours when we did have to use grid energy, and there are emissions from the grid in that hour. So our 24/7 goal is for 2025, when we make this heat map graphic, every pixel will be green, and we will have reduced our carbon emissions in every hour of the year. So next slide, please. So we've reviewed how annual accounting and 24/7 accounting can result in different emissions calculations, and this table compares the two. So for our 24/7 emissions footprint, where we take account of our use of grid energy and the associated emissions, and we don't give ourselves credit for oversupplying in some hours, our average emissions footprint for 2020 was 187 pounds per megawatt hour. But if we use the annual accounting approach, which is the current industry standard and is the approach we're required to use for our state regulatory reporting, our emissions footprint in 2020 was only 12 pounds per megawatt hour. So I just want to highlight that there's differences in this calculation based on how you do it. So next slide, please. So we want to talk about what if more communities pursue goals by an annual accounting approach or a 24/7 approach like us. So looking again at this picture of the grid, next slide, please. Imagine if more communities pursue annual renewable goals, and if they choose to build the cheapest renewable resources available today, which is solar. So click through, I think, 3 more times. Thanks. Yeah, and 1 more. Thanks. So if more solar is added to the grid, we can reduce emissions in the middle of the day. But it doesn't help reduce emissions in the evening and overnight. So next slide, please. Imagine instead if more communities pursue 24/7 goals like ours. We could have emissions reductions in every hour of the day. We could retire fossil fuel plants from the grid permanently. And I'm not saying our goal is going to clean the entire grid. No, we're just a small piece of the grid. But if we can set an example and more communities can follow our example, we can achieve deep decarbonization on the grid. Next slide, please. So just to summarize the differences in our procurement approach for an annual versus 24/7 approach. The annual approach is what we currently use and we will use through 2024. And there are benefits to this type of approach. You can achieve low-hanging fruit emissions reductions due to building low-cost resources such as solar that can reduce emissions from the middle of the day as quickly as possible. But with this approach, there will still be fossil fuel emissions associated with production in the evenings and overnight. Next slide, please. Our 24/7 goal, which we will achieve by 2025 and beyond, it incentivizes adding renewables to the grid in a sustainable, scalable way. And that will allow retirement of fossil fuel generation from the grid. And there are challenges with this approach. It hasn't been done before. It's going to require creativity and innovation to plan and implement. Next slide. So just to summarize the importance of our 24/7 renewable energy goal, if more communities pursue goals according to the annual approach, there will be issues on the grid and there won't necessarily be emissions reductions in all hours of the day. Instead, we need a 24/7 renewable energy approach to achieve California's decarbonization goals. And with our goal, we will lead the way in achieving scalable renewable resources, and we will create a blueprint for other communities to follow. And I think that's my last slide, so happy to take any questions. Okay.
Could you go back to that last slide just before this one? Thank you.
Rick, I think you're on mute. Do you want to facilitate?
I was muted. Anne has a question.
Hi, this is going on a couple of the slides. There was an earlier slide about getting biogas from Ox Mountain. And I'm sure most of you or all of you are aware that in theory, organics are supposed to stop going to all landfills in California in January. Now, typically a landfill has a 20-year period of producing landfill gas, but it also has a much higher fugitive gas emission rate, which then also attaches additional VOCs out into the atmosphere. So with 1383, I am hopeful that most cities in California will be going to some in-vessel system of making biogas. And are we looking at trying to purchase or get credit for the biogas from, say, the operation in Oceanside, as opposed to pushing towards landfill gas in other states? Where do you think you're getting the biogas?
Maybe Siobhan can speak to our procurement approach here.
Yeah, and we haven't actually received, we've done RFOs. We haven't in the past received any offers for biomass or biogas. The new requirement requiring us to procure from these resources was just became a requirement in June of this year, and we haven't done an RFO yet. So we'll be launching one later this year to look for resources, and they will have to be new resources. They couldn't be existing resources.
That'll make it tough for landfill gas because you have to have a landfill open for a few years before you can set up a gas collection system. And to be honest, I'm not a huge fan. I am a huge fan of what I think Oceanside has done. So that might be a good model. They did an in-vessel system where they capture the gas rather than in a landfill, which is basically dirt covered, and are using it for energy production, as opposed to the system we have with South City Scavenger, which is fuel production. And I think with 1383, we should see a lot of those. They're just very expensive. So the question right now in California is, where will the money go to create all this new infrastructure for organics? So there's an opportunity, but we might be a little early.
Thank you.
Giselle?
Thank you. Well, I don't have any questions. I just want to say how blown away and impressed I am by this. To quote from a popular TV show, this is the way, this is the way. And I just got that sense. I don't often get tingles from seeing a PowerPoint presentation, but there's obviously a lot to figure out. And I'm really excited that we'll have a subcommittee on working through all these details, but this is the way. I'm really excited that we're going down this path. Thank you for your hard work.
Yeah. I have a question. I want to second what Giselle said. I mean, this is what leadership is about. And I am really happy and excited to be part of an organization that is targeting the need to influence other communities in such a healthy way. And I do think the right way to do it is leading by example rather than preaching about what's right or what's better. We need to show how to do it, and that's our target. So I'm really proud of that. My question is, in your charts, Sarah, a big piece of the energy is coming from imports, which isn't broken out by energy source. So you can't tell what's renewable or what's carbon free and what is fossil fuel based. Is that information on imports available so that we could break it down? And if not, what needs to be done to change the policy to get that available? Because that seems like a critical data point that we're not able to show in our slides.
Yeah, thank you, Rick. That information is available. It just wasn't displayed in the graphics. And we do hope to not give ourselves credit for grid energy, even when it's clean. Instead, we hope to cover all of our energy needs without using the grid. So, yeah, thanks.
Okay, Jeff.
Thank you. One question about the clean, firm energy requirement. Would a renewable linked storage system like the Chaparral project batteries count towards the clean, firm storage requirement?
Well,
Yeah,
Siobhan, go ahead.
I can jump in. Yeah, thanks. Jeff, it would not. We'd have to do something separate. There's other requirements for us to procure resources. And the solar plus storage would count towards those requirements, but not towards this particular subcategory of requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Rick.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add on a little bit. I want to say that this item in particular is one of the reasons why I am really just so proud of PCE, because this has been our goal from very early on in our existence. And even though it, I think, has appeared to be a stretch for a while, I think the evidence we're seeing being presented here today shows that it is possible. There is a pathway, and we're pursuing it. And I want to add that this is related to what I said earlier about, the goal sets, the state sets goals out at 2045, and these places out in space. And in my own city's annual priority setting meetings, we'll have some of these goals like this. Staff always aims for those goals rather than just saying, okay, this is what we need to do. Let's see how we can effectively get it done, because it's needed in a shorter period of time, right? So I want to say that setting these goals that are closer in, that cause us to work a little harder, but it leads by example, like you said, Rick, okay? This is important, and I'm very proud of us doing this. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Rick. Pradeep.
I just wanted to add my comment to say that the goals are exactly right, and it is the right direction to move. And I'm sure staff is going to present in the next phase of this presentation how complex and difficult situation and problem it is. So we need to be working very hard on trying to find the solution, because there are some really difficult technical issues that are involved in this process. So I'm looking forward to that part of the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Pradeep. Any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, Carlos.
Yeah, I think we'll eventually get to this, but understanding the cost implications, I think, are important, particularly if we wind up working with more price-sensitive communities like Los Baños. And so I don't know what those cost implications are, but certainly look forward to getting a better sense in the coming months, so that indeed, when we look at pricing, particularly for communities that cannot afford higher prices, how this is going to affect them. I'm completely behind it. I just need to understand kind of the financial and ultimate pricing implications.
Great, thank you. Laura.
Thank you, Chair DeGolia. Yeah, this is a very exciting to take a look at. I think it's important to put big goals out there that are appropriate and aggressive, and I look forward to the technical conversation that's upcoming. And perhaps this question would tuck in nicely to that, but I did notice that there was some discussion around use of small hydro, and in light of California's drought conditions, which are continued to extend into the future, where the likelihood of our being able to leverage that stands. But again, if this is more appropriate for the technical conversation, I'm happy to wait.
I think Siobhan will get into that in her slides.
Okay, so let's wait on that issue. Any other questions or comments? And we need to move on. I have some public comment, so please keep it brief. But first up is Drew.
Hello, good morning there. Just one question, one comment / on the heat map. I was just wondering, I think it's roughly April through November. It almost looks so green. It looks so binary. It switches from kind of a general reddish, the colors, and all of a sudden there's all this green. And how can that be at this time, like no carbon emission overnight at that point and stuff? So I was just wondering about that. And then the other kind of comment is related to this goal is great. I totally get it. I understand. I almost feel like there needs to be like a sub bullet around resiliency or disaster prep or reliability or its spare capacity. It's just like, when I think about some of this, it's like we're trying to do it 24/7, but shit happens. I'm sorry for my language. And how do we also just do that? That's part of why the gas plants, they can come online. We have these hot summer days, and those are spikes that have to be dealt with. So like there's the broad goal, and then there's more like below that, how are we dealing with the spikes? How are we dealing with a plant? Something happens, a transmission line goes down, so we get part of our power generation coming in, can't come in that day and stuff. So it's kind of this resiliency spareness aspect to all this, which only makes all of this harder to do. But I just would love to see that kind of captured along the way and stuff, because it is something I feel is real, and it's something I feel when I talk to people about like converting from gas to all electric. That's part of it. It's just like it's the options and how to cover different scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. I can address your question really quickly. You're right, there is somewhat of a drastic change from April through November in that heat map graphic. And that was just due to the way our 2020 portfolio was structured. We had some short-term contracts for large hydro supplies that only delivered from April through November. So that's the explanation there. And I think Greg will address some of the phasing questions about extreme events in his portion of this presentation.
Great. Thank you. Ken Branson.
Good morning. Thanks for letting me speak. For those who don't know me, I am Senator Becker's policy advisor for climate and energy. And I just wanted to say how impressed I was with the presentation. This is really forward thinking. This is exactly what we were trying to do statewide with SB 67 and hope to continue working on. But I really applaud how you're thinking about it and how well you explain it. I had three quick comments. The first is, the situation when you're using grid energy is even worse than that picture showed. Because if you think about that 7 o'clock period and what energy is being put on the grid, all of the renewable energy and zero carbon energy that's being put on the grid is probably already being claimed by you or someone else as part of their mix. So what's actually left unclaimed that you are depending on or other people are depending on is really almost entirely fossil energy. And that's probably true of all the imports as well. Any imported energy that's renewable is probably already being claimed. Second point is really a question. If the large hydro could be scheduled on an hourly basis, is there a reason that the board and PCE are against making use of that in principle? Or is that just a technical problem? And would you consider making this target a little bit easier for yourselves by including that? And then the third comment is that in order to supply the energy that our customers use in San Mateo County, you have to generate more than that because about 10% of generation is lost in transmission. And so have you thought about what does it really mean to supply that much load in terms of that additional 10% of energy that is the difference between retail sales and total generation? Because the 100% target you're looking at is only looking at the retail sales, and the other 10% could still be supplied by gas plants on the grid. Thank you.
They're all really good comments, Ken, and we're definitely talking about all those issues internally with staff. So thank you for bringing them to our board's attention.
Yeah. Okay, next comment is from Bruce.
Thank you. I'm a Mountain View resident, and I attend every Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board meeting and most of their executive committee meetings as well. And I'm going to be very happy to share PCE's leadership in this area with SVCE and potentially with other CCAs as well. Just a couple comments for the board, and thanks to Sarah for a super presentation. On one of your slides, you showed an average of 187 pounds per megawatt hour of CO2 emissions. I think it might help the board to translate that into dollars using a social cost of carbon. And so I did a quick back of the envelope using a $50 per ton social cost of carbon and came up with a figure of $16 million a year as the social cost to the environment of PCE's current mix. And that's a big number. I think it's bigger than your program budget for the year. And so, I'd like the board to consider asking the CFO to share that number going forward on an annual or perhaps monthly basis so that you have financial visibility into the opportunity that going to a 24/7 match brings to the agency. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the importance of demand response and its impact on PCE's pricing strategy, which as I understand it is a 5% discount to PG&E across the board. So in the future, when there are more electric cars, when there are more heat pump water heaters, there's going to be a lot of demand that in essence is dispatchable. There should be many hours of the day where you're practically giving away electricity, urging people to charge their cars, to heat their water. And you may need to adopt a time-based pricing policy that's dramatically different from PG&E's. And so to that end, I would suggest that the board consider adopting a greater degree of flexibility in how PCE wants to charge for electricity vis-a-vis PG&E, which seems in the past to have taken a fairly simple-minded approach to the number of different time of use periods there would be during a day and how frequently they would change from season to season. I'm sure that staff has considered this, but I'm not sure the board has ever been asked to consider innovative alternatives. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thanks, Bruce. We have one more public comment that came in by email that Nellie will read.
Thank you, Chair DeGolia. This email is from Tom Cabot, a Menlo Park resident. Sorry about Dear PCE board and staff, I really appreciate the efforts you've been making in advancing the state of the art in electrification and decarbonization. As a retired utility planner working full speed on many aspects of energy decarbonization, I'm worried about the cost of the speed of a supply side approach to the problem when launched before optimal time. I think there are some important and affordable lessons to learn and demonstrate, but they are on the demand side. In general, we need to make electrification of buildings and vehicles affordable and easy while keeping electric rates low, especially in the sunny hours when low-cost solar abounds. We should prioritize moving loads towards solar hours to avoid needing to store energy. Let's have programs and efforts to deploy up to 10 million per year additional into the local load resource timing incremental expenses associated with emphasize the daytime use of electricity for charging of vehicles, reheating of water, preheating of water, 1 to 2 kilowatt hours each, preheating of homes, pre-cooling of homes, running of laundry, 1.5 kilowatt hours per load on a combined machine, running of dishwashers, a 2 kilowatt hour of load counting hot water. 2, emphasize watt diets that help people electrify on the existing systems. 3, cost-effective home insulation opportunities, not prerequisites to electrification. Limit the deployment of supply side money to 1 million per year over the non-24/7 costs. Thank you for considering this planning and deployment strategy to spend the money learning the lessons that need to be learned quickly on the demand side and pacing the deployment on the supply side to avoid buying too much of the most expensive early solutions until they mature to be lower cost. Thank you for considering these recommendations for priorities and limits to help guide activities towards solutions the communities will need. Best regards, Tom Cabot. Thank you.
Thank you, Nellie. Thank you, Tom. We need to move on to be able to finish this within our time frame. I don't see any other comments. So let's move on.
All right, thank you. I'm going to take over this portion of the presentation. And in this section, we're going to talk a little bit about how Peninsula Clean Energy procures power, what our load looks like, and what some of the resources are that we could use to meet this strategy. Next slide, please. So at a high level, Peninsula Clean Energy's procurement strategy is a portfolio risk management approach where we seek diversity across the 6 different factors that we've identified in the figure on the right. And we're seeking this diversity while also keeping our costs low. And we also are seeking to diversify the timing of our purchases to avoid purchasing too much at any one point in the market. We're trying to not time the market. Similar to how you would do your retirement portfolio, you're trying to procure a little bit equally over a period of time. Next slide, please. So this is Peninsula Clean Energy's load from month to month. So each bar is representing a different month. And the vertical axis is the megawatt hours that our customers are consuming in each month. So something to note is that our load in January and December is a little bit higher than even our summer load. And this is our actual load from 2020. So we see a little bit more of a dip in the spring. Generally, our load is pretty consistent month to month throughout the year. We don't see a big increase in load in the summertime, like some other areas might. Next slide, please. And this is what we expect the shape of our load to look like in 2025. So each chart here represents a different month. The horizontal axis is the hours in the day, and then the vertical is the volume of electricity being consumed. So we can see the total amount is pretty similar throughout the year, and then the shape of when consumers are consuming electricity changes a little bit. We have sort of a double peak in the winter where there's a little peak in the morning and then again in the evening. Whereas in the summer, it's more of a smooth curve throughout the day. Next slide, please. So when we think about how do we meet this goal, we want to look at different resources that are going to fill up all of those hours of load. So the 4 primary resources that we're looking at are wind, solar, geothermal, and small hydro. Next slide. So wind resources, the map here is showing the location of current wind farms in California. There are a couple of specific locations that are better for wind development. And so in those areas, there are a lot of sort of dots here on top of each other. There's limited opportunities for new wind in California. A lot of the sites that are best for developing wind have already been developed. Additionally, some counties have put in place permitting restrictions. Some of those existing wind farms are being repowered or upgraded for modernization, which may make some of those available to us, but there are not a lot of new wind being developed. There may be the opportunity to procure from out-of-state projects, and in the future, there may be an opportunity to procure from offshore wind farms. Next slide. So when we think about how wind fits into our portfolio, we need to take into account that it varies by season and location. So starting with the bar chart, each color represents a different location. So Bay Area is in orange, blue is Shasta County, and gray is Tehachapi. And these represent the generation in different months from the same size wind farm in each of those different locations. So we can see that depending on the location, we can get a lot more or less energy generation at different times of the year. So for example, if we look at January, the Bay Area generation is very low compared to the Shasta County and Tehachapi. But if we look at July, we're getting a lot from the Bay Area and then very little from Shasta County. So these are things we take into account as we look at evaluating the role of wind in our portfolio. On the right-hand side, these charts are showing the average generation for a day in January on the top chart, and then in July on the bottom chart. And the colors, again, represent different locations for wind farms. Same size wind farm, just different locations. Here again, the horizontal axis is hours in the day, and the vertical axis is volume of generation. So we can see, for example, on the top chart, for an average day in January, the Bay Area is a pretty flat line, but it's a lower generation than our other two locations. Whereas if we look at July, it's a higher generation than the other two. It's low in the morning and then increases throughout the day and is peaking around 10 o'clock at night. And the other locations have very different profiles and volumes. So as we think about wind projects, these are some of the things that we're taking into account. Next slide. And then wind generation also varies day to day and even hour to hour. So these two charts are showing representative 3 days in July on the left-hand side and in January on the right-hand side. And these are the same wind farm in both charts. So on the left-hand side, when we look at our July 3 days, the horizontal axis is showing hours in the day for each of those 3 days. So you can see the first day, the wind starts strong, dips down, and then by the second day, it's back up again. And it's pretty flat for those next couple of days, but there's some ups and downs. And then in January, we see it starts out strong and then decreases. And for a couple of days, there's no wind, so we're not getting any generation. So we need to take into account also that wind is pretty variable and is a bit harder to forecast over the long term than some other resources. These are things that we think about when we think about how do we put together resources to build up our portfolio. Next slide. So then solar resource. This is generally right now the cheapest resource in California. There's the abundant land area for development. You can see in the map, there's dots almost throughout California for where solar projects are currently located. However, we'll look at in the next couple of slides, availability is impacted seasonally and then also based on cloud cover. And we saw last year wildfire smoke as well. Next slide. So here, the bar chart on the left is showing how much generation we're getting from one solar project in each month of the year. And we can see in January and December, when we have the lowest amount of solar resource, we're getting the lowest amount of generation, and then it increases through to July. where we get the highest amount of generation. So this is important because when we looked at our load, we saw that our load is pretty flat throughout the year, whereas our solar projects have very different amounts of generation from month to month. We can also see this on the two charts on the right-hand side. The top is showing a typical day in January, and the bottom is showing a typical day in July. So we can see pretty similar curves, but in January, it's a much shorter curve. The sun rises later and sets earlier, and we get lower generation throughout the day. In July, we have a longer period of solar generation and much more generation overall. Next slide. Solar is generally much more predictable than wind, but it can vary day to day. So these two charts are showing 3 days in July on the left and 3 days in January on the right. And so in July, we see the first and third day are meeting that typical what we expected the generation to look like. But in the middle of the day, we had maybe a cloudy day that day. And so our generation ends up being spiky. So we might have expected it to be flat throughout the day, but what we actually got was very different from what we had predicted. And then in the winter, this tends to be even a larger difference from what we expect because we have a larger number of cloudy and rainy days. So we can see the first day it's spiky, the second day there's almost no generation, and then the third day, again, a spiky curve. So more predictable than wind, but there is still some unpredictability because we are dealing with solar resource. Next slide. So geothermal provides what we call baseload power. So it's generating almost consistently throughout the day. There are a couple of key locations throughout the state where geothermal is available and where it's been developed so far. And it tends to be higher priced than other renewable resources. Next slide. So when we say baseload, geothermal is expected to generate pretty consistently day to day and season to season. We don't expect some of the differences that we see with the wind and solar. So this is a nice resource to have in our portfolio because it's more predictable and more reliable. Next slide. And then small hydro resources. In California, this is considered renewable if it's under 30 megawatts. The large hydro, I think that we talked about earlier, is considered carbon-free, but not renewable. On the chart, we can see the locations for where these have been developed throughout California. And we'll talk in the next couple of slides about how availability changes depending on season as well as drought. And because a lot of these locations have already been developed, there's very limited opportunity for new small hydro in California. Next slide. So this chart, the bar chart on the left is showing generation from a small hydro project, the same project, but different years. So blue represents 2019 and orange represents 2020. So 2019 was a much wetter year, whereas 2020 was a drought year. So we can see we have a lot more generation coming from the blue bars than from the orange. The other thing to notice is that a lot of that generation is happening in the springtime. So it's almost all done by June or July. On the right-hand side, the top is showing a typical day in January, and the bottom is showing a typical day in May. And again, blue is representing 2019 and orange is 2020. So we can see in January, the generation is much lower than in July. And we can see this is a big difference from 2019 to 2020. The profile itself, what hours the project is generating in, tends to be pretty flat when the project has water. So if there's water available, we tend to see consistent generation throughout the day. Next slide. So then resource location is our next topic. We will prioritize in-state resources. What we've talked about is that wind and geothermal are limited in capacity inside California. So for these resources, we may need to procure from projects out of state that will deliver their power into California. Next slide. So this map is showing geothermal resources throughout the United States. So you can see California, there's a couple of key locations. Darker red means better geothermal resource. But there's also locations available just outside of the state, mostly in Nevada. So as we think about developing new resources and meeting particularly this requirement from the CPUC, we may have to look at options that are outside of California. Next slide. And then similarly for wind, the map on the left is showing wind resources in California. You can see there's a couple of key areas where wind has been developed. But there's also, when we look at it in the context of the United States, there's a lot of wind resources available that could potentially deliver to California, particularly from New Mexico and Wyoming, that may help us to meet our goal. Next slide. So then we want to think about how do we put all of these pieces together. So this chart is showing a typical day in 2021. The horizontal axis is hours in the day, and the vertical is the volume. The line at the top is our load for that typical day. And then each of the colors is representing a different type of contract. So we have our wind contracts at the bottom, solar, and then small hydro is in there, but really hard to see because we only have a very small amount of small hydro generation. So our goal is to fill up all of the bars underneath our load with renewable energy contracts. Next slide. And this is how we are looking right now for 2025. So each of these charts is representing a different month, and it's a typical day in each month of the year. The black line, again, is our load. And then we can see different resources that are going to help us fill up the white space underneath the line. So along the bottom, the dark red is our geothermal contract, got a little bit of small hydro, and then wind and solar. And you can see, particularly on this chart, our load is pretty similar month to month, but our solar generation and wind generation varies throughout the year. So as we look for new resources, we'll look for storage options to shift some of the solar later in the day. And then we'll also look at other resources that can help us fill in the winter months. Next slide. And this is showing the same thing. We've just blown up the slides to make the charts a little bigger. On the left is January and on the right is July. So we can see the solar generation in January is much lower than in July. Next slide. All right, and that is the end of the background part of our presentation. Any questions, please?
So why don't we hold the questions because we're about 20 minutes behind right now, and we'll take the questions to Siobhan after we've got the other presentation.
Great. Then Greg will be presenting our next section.
Thank you, Siobhan. So as was mentioned earlier, my name is Greg Miller. I'm a PhD candidate in energy systems at UC Davis, and I've been working with Peninsula Clean Energy over the last year to work on some of the 24/7 modeling and strategy. So this section, I'll talk a little bit more about the potential strategies that we're looking at in order to help achieve our 24/7 goals. So next slide, please. So as has already been alluded to several times, there's multiple different strategies that we can take both on the supply side and the demand side in order to match our generation with our load on a 24/7 hourly basis. And all of these strategies really must work together in order for us to reach this goal. No single strategy is going to be able to allow us to achieve this goal on its own. So the first strategy, and I'll dive into each of these strategies in more detail on the following slides, but the first strategy is to make sure that we're procuring a diverse portfolio of supply side resources. So as Siobhan mentioned, we want to make sure to look at different types of wind and solar and geothermal and other renewable resources that are complementary and whose profiles together can help match the timing of our load. The second strategy that we're looking at is to use energy storage to shift when we might have excess renewables. So when we have more supply than we're consuming, we could store that and discharge that energy later in those times when we don't have enough renewables to meet our load. And finally, and certainly not least, the third strategy is to use demand side resources and demand response to shape and shift our load to match our renewable supply. So it's not just about coming at this from the supply side, but also thinking about how do we use our demand in a smart way to match when we have renewables available from our portfolio. So before I move on, I just wanted to note that the following slides will be illustrating hypothetical examples of these strategies, but will not actually represent our actual strategy or portfolio. So just to note that, and that we will be presenting specific strategies and recommended portfolios at a future date when we have our final modeling results. So next slide, please. So the first strategy is to make sure that we procure a diverse portfolio of renewables that can match our load in all hours. So on this chart, again, which is all hypothetical information, we can see along the x-axis or along the horizontal axis, we have hours of the day for a hypothetical day. And along the vertical axis, we have the amount of power that's being consumed at each moment. So in the black line shows our load throughout the day, which is familiar from what Siobhan was showing before. And what we can see here is that by combining several different resources together, we can come up with a portfolio that tries to match our load in each hour. So for example, at the base load there, we have geothermal power in the brown color and a small amount of small hydro. And then in the light blue, we have some wind power that is on this day happens to be generating mostly in the morning and evening. And then we have in yellow solar power, which is generating in the middle of the day. And you can also see in the striped yellow area that there is some solar power that is actually generating above what we would need to match our load in that power. And that in this hypothetical example, there's still some hours in the morning and evening where we are relying on grid energy represented in the gray color to meet our load in those hours. So moving on to the next slide. The second strategy would be to leverage energy storage to help shift excess supply to the times when we need it. So the graph on the right is the same one that we saw on the previous slide, where we have excess solar generation during the middle of the day, and we have a reliance on grid energy during the evening and morning time. By introducing energy storage into the mix, what we can start doing is represented on the graphic on the right, and batteries are represented in green. So what this is showing is that, for example, by using energy storage, we would be able to charge the batteries off of that excess solar generation during the middle of the day. And then in the evening, when we had a shortfall of generation from other renewable sources, we could discharge those batteries to fill in those gaps and try to meet our load matching requirements in all hours of that day. And if we move on to the next slide, the third strategy would be to shape and shift our load to match renewable supply. So this involves using different types of energy programs like the types that Raphael's team is leading in order to try to use more energy during the times when we have excess renewables available, and to use less energy during those times when we don't have as much renewables available, or those times of the day when it's hard to find renewables that can meet our load. So in this hypothetical example, in the middle of the day, potentially what we could do is introduce some electrification programs, maybe such as electric vehicle charging at the workplace in order to soak up some of that excess energy. And what you can see in this is that the original load line is in the dashed black line, and then by the shifted load is represented by the solid line. And likewise, in the morning and evening there, we're representing a hypothetical situation where we have a program, maybe it's a water heater efficiency rebate that is able to help reduce demand for electricity during those morning and evening hours when we don't have enough renewable generation to meet our load. And as represented on this slide, we see all three of these strategies working together in tandem. So we have a diverse portfolio of renewables that attempts to match the shape of our load. We're using demand side resources to try to match the timing of those renewables as best as possible. And then we're using energy storage to fill in the gaps whenever those supply and demand side strategies aren't sufficient to match in each hour of the day. So that is the end of this section. And I don't know if we want to take questions or if we want to keep moving on to the next section.
Let's keep moving. Some of the comments in the next section may address the questions, so I think it's best if we hold them to the end.
Sure. So I'll also be presenting this next section, which is about phasing our 24/7 goal, and has already been brought up a couple times, I think, in the comments about the pacing of our strategy and thinking about how we phase and pace this goal over the next few years and also past 2025 as well. So next slide. So to introduce this topic, I wanted to first introduce the fact that delivering a time coincident, delivering renewable energy on a 24/7 basis in each hour of the day is really a multi-year process that starts way ahead of time of that single hour. So in this graphic, if we first look at the green chevron in the middle, that represents the real-time hour of the day. Let's just pick any single hour during the year that we are trying to deliver time coincident renewable energy to our customers on a 24/7 basis. But to deliver that energy, we start years ahead on the left, where we are forecasting what the demand will actually be in that hour. And we are procuring supply side resources and energy storage resources and directing our energy programs priorities in order to try to match that demand based on forecasts of both supply and demand in that hour. And these forecasts at that point are based on historical data and our best estimates for how we expect the supply and the demand to evolve over the next few years. As we get into the days before that single real-time hour, we update our plans for matching supply and demand using our batteries and demand side resources based on updated forecasts, typically, which then would be informed by weather forecasts for that day. So whether it's going to be cloudy, maybe we would expect our solar to produce less, so we need to rely more on our battery assets to match during that day. So once we get to the actual real-time hour, this is when the actual supply and demand occurs. And we actually receive real-time supply data from our generators, from our solar generators, wind generators, all of those, so we can see how much they're actually producing in real time. But it's actually not until about a week later that we actually receive preliminary data on our demand in that hour from PG&E and are able to estimate our 24/7 matching performance. So this gets to one of the first challenges of this 24/7 matching, is that we can do our best to match based on the forecast that we have for supply and demand in a given hour, but in real time we actually don't currently have the ability to measure our real-time performance as it's happening. We have to wait until weeks later or even months later when we finally receive the actual verified demand data from PG&E and are able to calculate our final 24/7 matching performance. So to further illustrate this point, I'd like to move to the next slide. And this is showing a single day and is illustrating how forecasts and actual load and supply never exactly match up to what we had forecasted. So the chart on the right is showing a single day. This is October 2nd, 2020. And again, along the horizontal axis, we have the hours of the day, and the power is on the vertical axis. And the black dotted line shows what our forecasted energy demand was for that day. And the green dotted line shows what we forecasted our renewable supply to be from our portfolio for that day. So you can see that we forecast that solar to be producing in the middle of the day and to be able to match 100% of our load on a forecasted basis for most of the midday on this day. And this is how we plan, this is how we procure renewables ahead of time. However, if we move to the next slide, what we see once we receive our actual real-time generation and demand data is that the actual demand and generation were different from our forecast. So maybe when we look at the solid black line, which represents our actual demand, we see that actual demand was higher than we forecasted, which maybe was because it was a hotter day than we were able to forecast ahead of time. And then we also see that actual renewable supply was lower in the middle of the day. And that's perhaps because there was a cloud passing over one of our solar farms and reduced the amount of production. So even though we forecasted that we would achieve 100% match on that time matching basis during those midday hours, in actuality, we would learn after the fact that we achieve only a 64% match during those hours. So this kind of points out to the fact that even though we can plan and procure a portfolio of resources that would allow us to meet 100% matching on this forecasted basis, our ability to achieve it in real time and to actually deliver that in real time is a little bit more challenging, which leads to the next slide, which discusses kind of how we're thinking initially about phasing our 24/7 goal and how we might think about what we're trying to achieve by 2025 and what we're trying to achieve beyond 2025. So the first phase, which aligns with our target year of 2025, would be to procure 24/7 renewable energy from proven technologies like the ones that Siobhan was discussing based on our forecasted hourly load and forecasted hourly generation, recognizing that in real time, our actual performance may be less than that 100% match that we're targeting through our procurement. But that means that once we get to 2025, our work is not done, and that we could, in the years beyond then, continue to evaluate the costs and benefits of truly delivering 24/7 renewable energy 100% of the time and closer to a real-time basis through several strategies such as improving our data pipelines from PG&E and CAISO to make sure that we're getting our demand and generation data as real-time as possible, and that we can make sure that we have the best forecasts possible. We can think about integrating emerging technologies that maybe are able to better match our load than some of the resources that are currently available on the grid. So for example, offshore wind is expected to become available within the next decade in California. Perhaps a technology like that would be able to help us meet our goal even more cost effectively than some of the existing resources. And also thinking about how we scale our demand side resources to help both shape our load ahead of time, but also shift it in real time and have flexible and responsive demand to help us meet those times when we have renewables available and when we're falling short on our renewables in real time. So I believe that's the last slide in this section. And next, I believe Mehdi will be talking about our modeling approach and how we've been looking at modeling this.
Thanks, Greg. Hello, everyone. I'm Mehdi Shariari. I'm a senior energy analyst in the Power Resources team. And in this section, I'm going to talk about our modeling approach. Next slide, please. The goal of this modeling, our objective is to basically identify the least cost portfolio that consists of renewable generation and the storage resources that can help PCE meet its load on an hourly basis starting in 2025. And this is by considering different factors or constraints, such as what resources are available to us, and what is the cost associated with these resources. Next slide. To achieve this objective, we need a portfolio planning tool or a resource planning tool. While there are several commercial softwares available to do this kind of practice, none of these existing models are well suited for our context. Neither they are flexible enough to answer some of our questions. And the main challenge around these models are related to how they define the renewable target. So basically, most of these models define the renewable on an target on an annual approach. And while for our 24/7 modeling, we want to be 100% renewable on an hourly basis. So our approach here was to use an open source model, which is called Switch 2, which is customizable and modular. And we modified this model to create a tool that is suitable for our goal. And we have been working on this modeling since last year, and we are continuously working on refining the model and our assumptions. Next slide, please. In terms of how the model works, the model needs a set of inputs, and the main inputs are the hourly load forecast, that's saying how much our load will be in any hour in 2025. What is the hourly generation forecast for the resources that we are going to include in our portfolio? For example, like solar, wind, or geothermal resources. And what is the characteristics and cost associated with these resources? So the model will use this set of inputs to find the lowest cost portfolio that meets our 24/7 goal. By doing so, the model creates a set of outputs. The main outputs are the resources in the portfolio. That's, for example, how much wind, solar, geothermal, or storage we need in our portfolio to meet our 24/7 goal. What is the cost of this portfolio and how does it compare with our current portfolio? And finally, what is the carbon emission impact of this portfolio? Next slide. In terms of the scenarios we are going to look at during our modeling, we can group them into two main groups. The first group is around how we define our goal or phasing. In terms of the goal, we can define different goal percentages, whether we want to be 100% renewable on an hourly basis or 99% or 95%. And by using different goals, we can understand how these different goals will impact our portfolio and how much it could impact the cost of our portfolio. And in terms of phasing that Greg talked about, what will be the role of emerging technologies such as offshore wind? The second group of the scenarios we are going to look at are around sensitivity of the analysis and the modeling to the inputs. So basically to understand if we change the inputs to the model, how they could impact the output, the results of our modeling. So basically looking at if some of the availability of some of the generation resources, such as wind or geothermal, are limited, how that could impact our portfolio. Or if our load forecast is 5% or 10% higher than our base forecast, how could that impact our portfolio? And or for example, if the cost of resources are different from our base forecast, how could that impact our results? Next slide, please. And while we can run all of these scenarios in our portfolio planning model, one of the shortcomings of this model is basically it can only simulate in a deterministic manner. So basically that's only one simulation. So to say there is no uncertainty around our forecast, that's saying we know how much our load will be in any hour in 2025 or how much wind or solar generation we can expect in any hour. But as we know, that is not true. So we expect to see some variability around our load or generation. So to model the impact of this variability or uncertainty on our forecast, we need to look at multiple simulations. And that is what a stochastic model can help us to do. Next slide, please. So here I'm going to look at an example of how a stochastic analysis is different from a deterministic approach. On the graph on the top left, so basically you can see a solar hourly forecast from a deterministic approach for a single day. On the vertical axis, we have megawatt hour of solar generation, and the horizontal axis has the hour in the day. So, and this dashed black line is showing how much solar generation we expect to get in any hour of this particular day. And this is just like a deterministic approach, looking at what's one simulation. So this is, you can see the profile of the solar generation is pretty smooth. But we know in reality, we can have higher solar generation than this like average generation. Or if it's like much cloudy than what we thought it would be, so we could get like less solar generation in that day. So if you look at the graph on the right, you can again see like that same black dashed line, which shows like what we can get from a deterministic approach. But those colored lines shows different simulations. So this is an output of a stochastic approach. So you can see like the gray line, orange line, or blue line, these are different simulations. So for example, if you look at the gray line, so you can see most hours of this day, because it was like cloudy, we expected to get like a smaller generation from this solar generator. Basically, the stochastic approach captures uncertainty around the renewable generation by looking at multiple simulations. Next slide, please. So our approach to modeling this uncertainty is we run our portfolio planning model, and then we will use the output from this model as an input to a separate commercial software that can perform a stochastic analysis. And in this way, we can capture the uncertainty around our forecast. And this will enable us to better understand the risk associated with our portfolio, and we can find ways to manage and minimize. Next slide. I don't think we are going to get any questions, so next slide. Okay. And in this section, I'm going to talk about some of the challenges we are facing in our modeling. Next slide, please. The first group of the challenges I'm going to review is around resource challenges. The first one is, as Siobhan talked about this, our load doesn't change significantly by month, but it's like highest in the winter. Whereas solar generation, which is the cheapest renewable resource available to us, peaks in the summer. So this seasonal mismatch will make our modeling a little bit complicated between like being overprocured or have like excess generation in the summer months versus needing like more expensive resources such as wind and geothermal to meet our load in winter months. The other issue is around like the limited capacity for baseload resources such as geothermal and also wind resources that can help us to meet our load like when we don't have solar, like overnight hours in the summer or like in the winter months. Another challenge is because of the timeline, many of the innovative technologies such as offshore wind are not going to be available by 2025, or they will, at least they won't be cost effective by that time frame. Also, we have limited information on how to model the role of demand side resources in our portfolio. And finally, as Greg talked about this, we have there's a delay of getting access to real-time load data from PG&E, which makes our modeling a bit complicated. Next slide, please. The second set of challenges are around external policies, and basically this make it difficult for us to communicate the differences between the annual approach and a 24/7 approach. The current industry standard is an is to use an annual approach. And most of the official like tracking systems or accounting frameworks, they all use an annual approach. So this makes it very difficult for us to communicate the value, the benefits of a 24/7 approach over an annual approach. Next slide. And finally, in terms of our products. So currently we have two types of products. One is the Eco Plus, which is 50% renewable on an annual basis. And the second one is Eco 100, which is 100% renewable on an annual basis. And we are trying to switch and transition to a 24/7 renewable product, which is 100% renewable on an hourly basis. So the challenge here for us, how we want to communicate this transition to our customers, how we want to communicate the value of a product that is 100% renewable on an hourly basis versus a product that is 100% renewable on an annual basis. Next slide. So I think we will leave the questions for later. Thanks.
So I will do the wrap up here on next steps, and then we'll be ready for questions. So next slide. So as we noted earlier today, we introduced our approach, and I hope you all understood what we were talking about. And also, as we noted earlier, if we can go to the next slide, our ask for the board is to see which of you would like to be on a board subcommittee that can dive into more of the deeper technical issues that we're not covering today. And then we also plan to come back to the board to discuss with you the results of the modeling work that we're doing and finalize our strategy, and also present to you what the white paper is looking like. And then, as noted, this is phase one, and that we want to talk to the board subcommittee about kind of how we're looking at the different phases and what we think is doable till 2025, and then what the options would be after that time. So if we can go to the next slide. If you're interested in being in this board's committee, you can let us know now, or you can reach out to Nellie or me, and we'll probably try to schedule that within the next couple of weeks so that everything that you've heard today will still be kind of fresh in your mind. And with that, I think we can go to questions.
Okay, I know I've got a question from Jeff Alps, but first let me say I laughed, Jan, when you said that the subcommittee will deal with the more technical aspects, because the whole issue of modeling and phrasing is certainly very technical. Rather than board members indicating that you want to be on that subcommittee now on this call, because we're already 15 minutes late, and I think we're likely to have this meeting go to 2 p.m. Please send an email to Nellie or Jan and indicate to them that you'd like to be on the subcommittee, and they will take it from there. I have a quick question, and then I know Jeff Alps has a comment. And this goes to Greg Miller. And I'm really focused on the policy issues, which all of these technical matters have great policy implications. So it is really important that you guys are diving in at the level that you're diving in. Otherwise, we couldn't be addressing this in an honest and realistic manner. And it's going to be very, very complex to figure out. We all know that. And Greg, here's my question. Storage will clearly move stored solar energy from the daytime to the evening. But are our batteries able to hold that power for the 10 to 12 hours that would be needed to release the power in the early morning before the next day's solar becomes available to begin to provide renewable energy that day?
Yeah, so that's a great question. One thing that I'll note is that in some cases, so, some of these shorter duration batteries will, only be able to shift energy by a few hours throughout the day. One thing to note is that our portfolio may also have excess generation during overnight hours as well from wind during certain times of the year. So sometimes it may not be necessary to shift from noon on one day until the morning of the next. We don't know exactly what that will look like yet until we've looked at our modeling. But in general, I know that Peninsula Clean Energy has also been issuing RFOs for long duration energy storage and looking at storage technologies that are able to do that shifting between days of the week and not just hours of a single day. So those technologies are out there, and we're starting to look at them and what role they can play in the portfolio as well.
Okay, thanks. Jeff, and then Dave Pine.
Thanks, Rick. First of all, Mehdi, I gotta say, anybody who keeps a model of a wind turbine in their living room is my kind of guy. So I just well done on that. I love the background. But my comment is this. This initiative, this 24/7 time coincident renewable power, is definitely the most important initiative PCE is undertaking. I actually realize it's one of the most important initiatives I think is being undertaken anywhere. Just the idea of just this hourly management of sources to manage emissions is something that just everybody, no one's done it yet, and it needs to be done pretty much everywhere at some point. So we really are pioneering something that is critical. I'll address one comment earlier. I think Carlos was talking about the cost of this. And this kind of hourly management of our resources is actually a huge contribution. It's one of the best ways we have of managing our long-term costs, because probably the biggest risk to our pricing is volatility. And by sort of literally managing every hour of the year, we're reducing a huge volatility risk in terms of we don't want to buy power at the wrong times. The 6 to 9 evening ramp, if we're caught short, that is both the most expensive and the dirtiest time to be buying electricity off of the grid. So in the long run, this program not only reduces our emissions, it actually also reduces our costs. And my other points, someone from the public made the point about resilience in the grid. And diversifying away from natural gas actually increases the resilience of the grid, because if you look at weather-related outages, fossil fuel plants become a major contributor to those. In the Texas crisis in January was largely driven by the failure of natural gas plants. California's own heat-caused outages are actually caused in part by the failure, the loss of efficiency, and the higher likelihood of failure of fossil fuel plants, natural gas plants in California at high temperatures. So, this initiative, it's important in terms of just our environmental goals. It's also actually a long-term tool for managing our business more effectively. Thank you.
Okay, Dave. You're muted.
Thank you, Rick. I'm sorry, this may be an elementary question, but I'm still struggling with the role of large hydro in this new paradigm. First, why is it that it's not part of the solution? And then if it isn't, today it generates a substantial amount of our power supply. So are we no longer procuring large hydro?
I can take that, and Siobhan, you can add in. One of the things we're trying to do is to make sure that we can schedule specific resources for each hour. So we do not have control over the large hydro resources. PG&E owns most of those. And even now, when we're getting free, GHG-free resources from PG&E through the large hydro, we don't even know until 55 days after the quarter as to when that power was actually delivered to us. So if we want to be able to control what's happening every hour of the day, we need to be able to control the resource. So if that was to change, we could consider large hydro, but we're also looking to, in order to green the grid more, it requires building more new resources, and using the existing hydro doesn't help to advance putting more new renewables on the grid as well.
Right. John Keener.
Yeah, that just tremendous presentations on this subject. One thing that hasn't been addressed that that Siobhan has alluded to in the past is the seasonal variation, that we are going to end up with excess power in the summer and a shortage of power in the winter. And as I recall, one way of dealing with that is expanding our demand, expanding further in the Central Valley, which has more demand in the summer and less in the winter. And I wonder what other sorts of strategies are available to us to deal with that issue.
Siobhan, do you want to take this?
Yeah, I can jump in. I think as part of the modeling, we'll look at a couple of different strategies. One of those would be, is it the cheapest option for us to over procure? I think we'll also be looking at, could we partner up with other CCAs that might have, or other load serving entities that might have more demand in the summertime, and share some of our solar resources with them to help fill in their portfolios. And then we can also look at different contracting structures. So we'll go out to the market as part of our RFO and say, we want a product that's going to deliver in these particular hours, and let the developers or owners of those projects figure out how they're going to meet those hours for us. So we'll be pursuing a combination of strategies, and as part of the modeling, we'll look at how we can combine those in the least cost approach.
Great. I think Laura is next.
Great. Thank you, Chair DeGoli. I appreciate it. I concur. This presentation is fantastic, taking very complicated concepts and making them simple. So a couple of thoughts. What strikes me as interesting about this is that with respect to the demand situation and forecasting, it strikes me that we have as a broader community, become very precise in our weather forecasting. And given that a lot of what we're going to be relying on is, elements in nature, it would be curious to see if that, if there's efforts underway, in industry to further our forecasting abilities with respect to energy, forecasted energy consumption. It's also curious to me that PG&E takes several months to deliver information about what's used and by whom. They do have a tremendous ability to bill us on a monthly basis. So I'm just curious if perhaps pursuing advocacy efforts to bring that data closer to the time of usage to us is possible. And then the concept of energy usage diets was presented, and I was really awestruck during the pandemic when Jan showed us some slides around office buildings and how the load was still pretty high despite the fact that many people were sheltering in place. So it would be curious to me to see if there's also opportunities for us to pursue encouraging the commercial sector to reduce their consumption in the off hours when staff are not on site. Thank you for the time to opportunity to ask some questions and make some comments.
Great. I don't see any other comments from members of the board. We are about 15 minutes late right now, so I will, oh, Carlos has his hand up, and then I'll take public comment. Carlos.
Yeah, sorry. So I don't pretend to say I understand the entire presentation. There are some aspects of it that made me raise my eyes in terms of constrained resources that we might be going after, resources that maybe right now don't exist in order to meet this goal. And again, I just want to be cautious, and certainly would like staff to be able to inform us about the cost implications of being an early adopter, actually not even an early adopter, a pioneer in this area, and understanding what that means to PCE and our customers to do that. And I'm in support of this. I just really do want to say that I think that information is important. And I candidly admit that of the presentation, perhaps I got 30, 40% of it. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, Carlos. Okay, I don't see any other public comment or any other comment from the board. We will have a whole nother section to focus on in terms of the key strategy here, but I will take public comments. So Drew, please go ahead.
Hello again. Thank you very much. I'm learning quite a lot by watching this, and that part of my comment is just a thank you, because part of it, one of the ahas for me is like right now my billing is like the peak is during the middle of the day, and I can totally see a time coming when I'll have to completely invert how I view electricity, whereas the peak middle of the day may be the cheap cycle and overnight might be the expensive cycle, in many years from now. But that kind of blew me away from some learning. So thank you. I did have one kind of quick question. I think it's quick. Just those many demand curves that show like 2025 different months. Was wondering, I'm assuming, but I'm wondering, did that include, say, some estimate of the increase of demand based on EV purchases and electrification of buildings stuff? Just broadly speaking, were those demand curves, say, higher than today because of all these programs we're trying to electrify things? Thank you.
Yes, in our load forecasting, we take into account both growth within the county as well as increased electrification.
Great. Okay, Raul, and then we're going to go to a quick break.
Thank you. Yes, excellent presentation and very informative. I wanted to just touch on, you touched on all the different strategies in terms of adopting to the climate in different places, the amount of sunlight, the amount of wind and so forth. Just want to ask, is there, see a lot of traction in terms of microgrids being leveraged in different places, whether it's in communities or for large corporations? Are those being considered as part of a strategy to, flatten the curve and make our demands and our consumption and supply overall a little more predictable?
Yeah, maybe Raphael can talk more about this, but we do have a distributed energy resources team that is working on developing solar and storage at a smaller scale and within our service territory that would help us to manage that demand.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for public comment and no other comments from members of the board. So we will take a break. It is 12:34. Let's come back at 12:40 and just be aware we're 20 minutes behind schedule right now. And I anticipate that the next item is going to take a little longer than anticipated. So I think we need to plan to be here till 2 p.m. in order to get through it. But let's take a break now. Thanks. myself. Okay, it's a little past 12:40. I'd like to move on and start the decarbonization discussion. I'm not sure who's going to lead that.
That'll be Raphael and Philip.
Great.
This is Rafael Reyes, Director of Energy Programs. Hopefully everybody can hear me now.
Yeah.
Thank you all. And I'm also on the phone because I've been having a little bit of internet connectivity issues. I'm here alongside Philip Kobernick, our program manager, to present on our decarbonization efforts, or more accurately, our distributed decarbonization efforts, because we're, of course, building on the decarbonization efforts of the Power Resources team that was just discussed earlier. So in the interest of time, I'm going to move quickly through the opening. Of course, this is part of the top 2 organizational goals, as has been discussed. What we will be inviting here or suggesting are 2 key questions at the end to open discussion. One around where we're placing our emphasis between looking at GHG reduction, underserved communities, and innovation. Obviously, all of these are important, and we'd like to solicit input from the board with regards to the degree of emphasis on each. And then the second, options for accelerating our decarbonization work. We'll be covering highlights of our programs to date, review the emissions profile for the region, talk through some of the issues and challenges associated with counting our impact, which is across a number of areas. And then finally, an overview of existing conditions in terms of the existing programs, budget, and costs, and then move into a forward-looking portion of the discussion. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Philip to talk through our successes to date.
Thank you, directors, and thank you, Raphael. I wanted to really just briefly start with a few particular success stories that we're proud of at the programs team. And so the first is what we're doing on local reach codes, which have been adopted by 12 agencies locally. And of course, this is a collaboration with our colleagues at Silicon Valley Clean Energy. And the reach codes adopted represent nearly half of all reach codes that have been adopted in the state of California. And so, of course, a big thank you to all the directors, staff, and our colleagues to help make these, to help get these implemented and put them into effect. They are huge advances for both building electrification and for EV readiness, and have really allowed the state to go further with the next round of updates that are coming down the pike in Calgreen. And the second is our signature EV charging program called EV Ready, which is a huge emissions reduction program. PCE's investment here of 16 million attracted nearly 12 million from the state. But I should mention that there are delays at the state level, which are causing some local implementation challenges with that program. This program also has really innovative load sharing technologies that we're implementing locally that help us expand the number of charging possible in difficult segments like multifamily housing. And one example of that is a recent application we've gotten from Mercy Housing locally, an affordable housing project, that'll allow us to install 88 charge points at that project. And we've now received over 100 applications from similar types of customers seeking design assistance for their EV charging projects locally. And the third one is on building systems with our pilot with Harvest Thermal. Another really exciting pilot innovation. This is combined space and water heating. That's going to provide a lot of benefits for cost and emissions reductions, and we'll be doing pilot installations starting in just a few months on that. And the other thing that I wanted to highlight here is our efforts on what we're doing to serve underserved communities. So one is our used vehicle rebate program, which is really a tremendous opportunity for folks to get savings on the purchase of a used electric vehicle that's been running for a couple of years now. And our program helps folks take advantage of the multiple programs that are available, including ours, or other programs if they're a better fit for those. And the second was our e-bikes program, which launched this fall and had huge enthusiasm, and it was really great to see the community kind of taking advantage of that opportunity.
Great,
And
thank you, Dylan.
Dr. Raphael here.
So moving on here, however, as we're all aware, we have a huge mountain to climb. We do have a rough projection for 2021 emissions in the neighborhood of 3.9 million metric tons of CO2. This emissions pie is likely familiar to most directors. And the call outs here are, of course, the substantial reduction in electricity compared to pre-PCE launch. Now making electricity a very small percentage, and that being non-PCE customers, including especially direct access. And the largest elements, of course, being transportation, shown here just over 50%, and building methane gas use, or what's known as natural gas, as 30%. However, it's important to note that this emissions inventory does not factor fugitive emissions of methane. As you may be aware, methane gas leaks at every point in the supply chain, from the well to the processing, refining, distribution, and even at the meter and at the appliances in people's homes. And we're working with our consulting partners, D&V, on an estimate of that emission leakage, and it's currently looking like that may be as much as 75% increase in impact on methane, which would bring methane gas to be equivalent in scale to the transportation emissions. And methane is a particularly potent greenhouse gas, particularly in the early years when it is first released. So this then, of course, means we have a heck of a lot of work to do. So I'd like to turn here to how, just conceptually, what are the major areas that we are working on to deliver impact. And of course, most people are familiar with how we influence individual decisions. Someone who chooses to get an electric vehicle, or a property owner who chooses to install appliances that are electric appliances as opposed to natural gas. Much of our program's work is in this area. This is what most people would recognize as our program work, and accounts for our incentives, our technical assistance, our education and marketing work, which are all key components here to influence those decisions. However, in addition to that, we also are investing substantially in advancing innovation. Philip mentioned our Harvest Thermal Pilot, which of course is a new technology which shows a lot of promise. But in addition to technologies, we're also looking at methodologies that we use. And Philip mentioned our work in terms of design guidelines around EV charging, and we're going to be developing similar design guidelines around building electrification. Our DER, distributed energy resources methodologies, where we're also doing quite a bit of work, and then also the data that we make available to the ecosystem. All of these are levers, if you will, to advance innovation. Finally, we also work to shape policy, and this is not only true with local policy, such as the REACH codes, but also state policy. And we believe we've already had a substantial impact on state policy, raising the bar both on EV charging and on building electrification, as well as a number of other areas of PUC, the California Energy Commission, CARB, and elsewhere. What I'd like to call out here is that some of these areas of work are more amenable to counting than others. So it's easy to count out the incentives that we give out, which are helping advance particular individual actions, but it's very difficult to count the impact of certain forms of innovation, let's say, or, of course, our impact on state policy. In addition to that, so not all impacts are measurable. Also, not all actions are additional. The term additionality is used in the climate industry sector to talk about how an action taken by an agency or other actor results in something different happening than what would have otherwise happened. Not all actions that we take are additional. We can provide incentives for certain things, and in some cases, some of the people taking actions might have done it without incentives. So we can count those things, but we can't always, in fact, frequently, we cannot differentiate what is additional and what is not. We also layer our programs on top of other programs. So our heat pump water heater program, as an example, also layers on top of other incentives that are coming through from the state. And some actions actually have broader impacts by paving the way for state and national actions, and we're certainly seeing that with the REACH codes today. One of the takeaways here is that what we'll be discussing a lot, how we're counting, and it's important to note that is what we can count is only a partial view of all of the impact that we're delivering. This is our high-level view of our programs portfolio. I won't go through this in detail, but we're of course engaged in buildings, transportation, and resiliency and distributed energy resources. We will be focusing our discussion here on buildings and transportation, which are the most direct decarbonization areas of work. But it's important to point out here the role of distributed energy resources in supporting the 24/7 goals that were discussed earlier, resilience, and importantly, bringing down costs that can make building and transportation electrification more effective and more market-driven. Turning to our budget, here's a view of our current budget looking through the next 4 fiscal years, approximately $30 million. There are several points to call out here. First, the obvious large green slice here, which is the EV infrastructure program at $16 million. This launch was, as Philip noted, delayed approximately 1 year because of our collaboration with the CEC, which factored into our lower yield than anticipated for 2020. However, it is expected to yield very substantial emissions reductions. About a third of the budget overall, 2/3 of the budget overall is targeted at transportation, and that reflects the decision early on to put our shoulder behind transportation when programs were first launched at PCE. About 20% or 25% in buildings. That reflects buildings coming online later. And then finally, our resilience and distributed energy resources effort. This, though, does not reflect that some of the funding for distributed energy resources actually comes out of the power resources budget. Now, our investments are, in fact, even though we have a relatively broad portfolio program, we're in fact very narrowly targeted on the specific initiatives that we're undertaking. So here we're looking at the distribution of emissions from transportation, and the circled areas are where we're focusing on our attention, which are essentially personal cars and trucks. This is just over 50% of the emissions in transportation. It is the most market ready and the most accessible, if you will, segment to tackle. And so we're putting our primary attention in these areas. And then we have some a modest fleet program that we'll be rolling out for local governments, and as well as the ride hailing and e-bikes programs, which are substantially smaller. But ride hailing, as we'll see, has a substantial emissions value. Similarly, in buildings, here's the emissions pie for building emissions. The inner circle relates to the building sector. So you'll notice that residential is 2/3 of the emissions in the building sector, with small commercial at just under 1/3 or 30%, and then large commercial. And then the outer ring shows the specific use of methane gas in that sector. Our current primary focus, again, as with the transportation side, is the most accessible portion of the market, which is water heaters. And I should note that this chart, while similar to ones we've previously shown, is updated, and the current data from the California Energy Commission indicates that water heaters are the single largest source of methane gas use in buildings. Our on-bill finance program, which was approved by the board last month, will expand somewhat on our scope in terms of supported measures. I will flag that one area that is still requiring more attention is support for renters, and that's a complex topic that we can discuss later, but it is an area that we are looking to give more attention to in the coming months. Turning to costs, naturally, it's important to understand what the cost of the emissions gains we're getting from each of our program areas. What this diagram shows is the cost per metric ton of CO2. So across the horizontal axis are major program areas, and the larger the bar, the more emissions gain we get from that particular program. So obviously, the first thing to call out is the new construction REACH codes have been phenomenally effective from a PCE cost standpoint, and we believe, in fact, also for the builders and developers by reducing their costs modestly, by reducing their costs. And then moving on from there, we see ride hailing, which we see as a short-term transitional program which will get the ball rolling and hopefully ultimately lead to the entire ride-hailing industry converting to electric. Huge number of miles driven by those vehicles, which is why the emissions gain is so large. Then EV charging and the various vehicle programs and buildings. It might be tempting to say, well, we should be putting more of our emphasis on the stuff on the left side of the chart than on the right side of the chart. But we view this as a portfolio in the same way one might view a stock portfolio or power resources portfolio, because there are a number of benefits that we see from each area of work, and I'd like to highlight those here. And before I do that, I should flag that all of the vehicle-related calculations reflect pre-pandemic commute patterns, and so those, of course, have been moving targets in the last couple of years. So another key factor to consider is how these programs reflect investments in the low-income and underserved communities. These differ widely across the different programs that we are engaged in. So now what you can see is the percentage investment associated with low-income communities in each program area. This is important to understand not only in terms of delivering benefits to those communities, but also how it relates to the costs. In general, a low-income program will be more expensive on a per carbon basis than a non-low-income program. And the reason is pretty straightforward. There are more barriers in that community. Usually the incentives have to be higher, and also the level of program support excuse me, needs to be higher. Excuse me. So our used EV program, which is heavily oriented towards low-income benefits, has a very high projected investment in underserved communities, nearly 90%. If that were lower and we offered lower incentives, then the blue bar would go up, ultimately meeting the new vehicle program, which was not really oriented towards the low-income community. So important differences on a portfolio basis in terms of how these investments relate to underserved communities. The other factor relates to additionality and immediacy. Additionality, as I noted earlier, is to what degree is our incentive the tipping point or support the tipping point towards action. This is needs to be evaluated really on it's really a subjective evaluation, and that differs between programs. Again, with vehicles, there's more market momentum, and so there's more happening under its own power, so to speak, in terms of adoption. And immediacy relates to how soon are those emissions benefits realized. With new construction reach codes or with EV charging, the emissions benefits is actually delayed until the buildings are built and the vehicles show up. However, when one installs a water heater, the emissions impact is immediate. So these differ across the program. Again, there's much more that could be discussed on the specifics here, but this is meant to provide a directional sense of how these programs differ. Looking ahead, I'd like to spend a moment talking about the market transformation process, which we're engaged in across all of these areas, and how that relates to the program work and overall strategy. This diagram here is a conceptual diagram about market transformations. The yellow line is, again, purely hypothetical adoption curve of a new technology. And the blue line relates to the normal curve of the populations who are engaging in adopting that technology. So a couple things to note is the yellow line typically starts slowly and then accelerates and then slows again in terms of the slope of the curve. And that relates to the adopters and the specific market conditions that we're dealing with at different points in time. So the initial populations that might be interested in a technology, commonly called innovators, these are the people that'll do it themselves. They're the DIYers who were out there and converted their own gas car to a battery electric car before there were many cars available. The early adopters, the next major segment, they're willing to be ahead of the pack, often for mission-driven or values-driven reasons. So our strong environmentalists might install a heat pump water heater, even though there are many challenges associated with doing so. As we move into the majority segments, then we're dealing with people who will only take those steps that are proven and cost-effective, not values-driven, and they need to know that many people are already doing this. And then the laggards may reflect a variety of challenges associated with late adopters. So we are, with electric vehicles, arguably in the late stages of the early adopters and possibly early majority, whereas on building electrification, we're more or less starting at zero or just slightly past zero and moving into, maybe beyond the innovators to the early adopters. So these considerations have a number of implications with regards to the overall program strategy. The needs change over time as the markets mature. The initial emphasis needs to be on building momentum. There are some segments that are developed market momentum. So electric vehicles, we're very confident there will be market momentum there in terms of the vehicles themselves among the people that don't have significant barriers to charging. But there's still, an important role for policy support. And of course, we have to address barriers and underserved community needs in this process and make sure we're dealing with the market conditions as they change over time. So out of this grows what we have as our 2045 framework. Again, we're only dealing with transportation and buildings. Distributed energy resources, incredibly important, but not accounted for here.
Yeah, what did you do? You turned off the voice.
So what we have here is buildings and transportation. In the interest of simplicity, we've put them on the same axis, even though transportation is actually over 10 years ahead of building electrification. But in the early phases where we're dealing with market introduction, broad-based incentives are very important. Education is very important. Low-hanging fruit, like new construction, incredibly important just to start getting the ball rolling. And we also want to start dealing with some of the large-scale barriers that may exist. So multifamily charging, a major barrier. And I apologize, I'm having a technical issue here. Can folks hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you. Multifamily charging is a known major barrier. Roughly half of the population cannot get an electric vehicle, and so that remains a top priority throughout the process. And then looking at buildings, we have the need to move over time to develop momentum and then move over time towards low-income incentives, and you'll see that in the vehicles program as well. And we add in for buildings which do not have a strong economic value proposition towards the importance of finance and scaling that finance, and also the need for added code support to ensure that we're able to transition all of the existing buildings. And then both transportation and buildings in the latter segment then have to start looking at early replacement programs and buybacks and those sorts of mechanisms to pick up the laggards, if you will.
Raphael, we've lost your screen sharing. So would you like Nellie to do the screen sharing and she can advance the slides for you?
Sure, that would be fine. I apologize. Thank you.
Or Shana, whoever can share the slides.
Okay, and I'm sorry, is that I lost the screen share myself. So can folks still hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so moving on to the next slide, which is the greenhouse gas reductions slide. So there's a lot going on in this slide. Let me take a moment to explain this. But we have with our
Raphael,
consulting partner.
it's not showing yet. We don't have the slides up yet.
I'm sorry, Shana?
1 second. Sorry, I'm pulling them up.
Okay, please let me know when those are up.
They're up
I've
now.
lost. Okay, thank you very much. We should be
Next slide.
on the.
Next slide, Shana. Great, perfect.
Great, thank you. So we've been working with our technical partners at D&D, who also support the local government RICAP's emissions inventory and climate action planning process to develop a model of our reductions looking out to 2045. This is a scenario, and there are many ways that this scenario could be different, but I'd like to explain what you're looking at. The first is this scenario includes, actually, let me explain how the chart is organized. So you'll see on the bottom horizontal moving over time from 2005 to 2045. And then the vertical axis reflects emissions. The black line reflects business as usual emissions. And business as usual is a term that refers to the emissions that you would expect to see if nobody did anything different. The colored areas reflect measures or actions taken by a particular actor to reduce emissions. So orange reflects the state reductions for existing committed state actions that do not already overlap with other actions shown here. The blue reflects city measures in the climate action plans that most cities have today that may or may not have been implemented yet and do not overlap with other items here. So for example, things like waste management and compost, transit-oriented development, these are things that are uniquely in the purview of local governments to advance. The light blue reflects what we're calling natural EV adoption. As noted earlier, electric vehicle momentum is expected to grow and be a substantial portion of the emissions reductions over time. The large yellow band reflects our grid mix. So this is power provided by Peninsula Clean Energy. This is accounting on an annualized basis, the emissions benefits, which as you can see are substantial. And then the other bars reflect to other areas of work that PCE is engaged in through the programs. Obviously here at the bottom, you'll note a 1.3 million metric ton gap. I'll speak to that in detail in a moment. And the degree of emissions reduction in each area reflects 2% constant dollar growth per year. So that may actually, translate to perhaps a 5% growth in the program's budget. And we'll speak to that in more detail here momentarily as well. The point being there is under this scenario with 2% budget growth, we result in a 1.3 million metric ton gap. I'm looking at 2045. Next slide. The next slide then shows, looking at the 2045 year, the specific emissions benefits and how we get those benefits and the cumulative budget associated with them. Items in blue are things that are non-Peninsula Clean Energy actions. Items in green are Peninsula Clean Energy actions. You'll note the importance again of the PCE grid power as the third largest source of emissions reductions, again, looking at the 2045 timeframe. Moving down from there, EV charging is the next largest block. And at $160 million invested from now to 2045, we project just under 60% of multifamily dwellings having access to one EV charging port at their residence. There's a lot of discussion that could be had about whether that's the right model or we need more fast chargers or more workplace. And that's a strategy question that we'd be happy to engage in. But this is what we have currently in the model. Residential electrification incentives. This basically reflects our water heater program, including over time add other appliances at $155 million through 2045. Approximately 48% of the water heaters in San Mateo County would have been replaced. Existing construction codes, very important piece of the puzzle here. We modeled 1% per year under existing construction codes. This is actually an extremely aggressive concept. Just looking at the residential sector, that would mean 2,700 homes per year were fully electrified as a result of an existing construction code. And again, that's across all jurisdictions. Here, what we're showing is $1 million in technical assistance for the development and implementation of such codes. Now, I want to flag here a couple things. One is existing construction electrification is a quite expensive proposition on a total project cost. It's on the order of $20,000 a home. Now, on an incremental cost, where incremental means the difference between somebody buying a gas appliance versus the electric, the difference is much smaller. But again, on a total project cost, $20,000 is a reasonable number for full electrification. It's a challenge for an individual homeowner or other property owner to look at projects of that scale. We believe that it will be necessary to finance the majority of that and ideally deliver some cost benefit from doing so by using finance and advanced technology tools. However, to do so, we're still modeling about $1.2 billion in finance and other non-PCE funds to do 24% of all buildings. The other portions are more straightforward. We'll come back to the issue of existing construction in a moment. New construction codes, again, half the cities have already adopted a new construction code. This is highly cost effective from a PCE standpoint and builder standpoint. EV rebates, here we're modeling $26 million out to 2024. That would account for 48% of low-income residents as determined by participants in the CARE program, CARE Fair program, and then ride hailing. Still a significant gap, however, as noted earlier. Next, and we can move on to the next slide. So here there's more detail on the gap, the emissions gap, the 1.3 million. Top item is remaining buildings, roughly 60% of remaining buildings, and then a number of other segments. Trucks, larger trucks like freight and other delivery trucks, some modest amount of gasoline vehicles, which could be, antiques or other cases, off-road equipment, which includes agriculture and construction, stationary sources, which is primarily industrial, and then landfills for a variety of reasons come up to that 1.3 million metric tons. Now, it's reasonable to expect that state and regional efforts, such as the Air Quality Management District's efforts, would likely address much or most of all of the non-building items. And then there's a question of how much will state and regional actors play in terms of the remaining buildings, which is a subject for discussion and not clear, frankly. And there will be substantial overlap between many of the building efforts because it will take many actors to move the existing building sector. Next slide. Looking at the budget, here I want to note several things. This is, again, in this scenario, projection of budget growth over time to deliver the reductions discussed here. Again, 2% constant dollar growth, which would result in a little over $400 million invested cumulatively through 2045. However, the ability to make those investments will depend on being able to balance the competing challenges from a budget perspective, including PCIA, our power costs, and our rates. And that will be a key part of the discussion moving forward. Next slide. Briefly, innovation. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. We have a number of innovation efforts underway. We have 4 major focal areas in EV charging, building decarbonation, aligning renewable supply and demand, and distributed generation and resilience. Currently, in the 4-year forecast, we have just under $2 million or 6.6% of the budget. We have some exciting things coming down the pike. Next slide. And that includes bidirectional power. We're extremely excited about the Ford F-150. Managed charging, which will be ramping up here very soon. We have the second phase pilot RFP already on the street. Plug and play water heaters and virtual power plant related efforts. So next slide on critical challenges. Really, our challenges fall into 3 major categories. The first being public awareness and motivation. So in the case of electric vehicles, we know there's very high degree of awareness. There's a large segment of the public that does not have a challenge with regards to access to charging, and motivating action is now incredibly important, and there are more vehicles coming on the market, making that easier from a consumer decision standpoint. So there is an opportunity there. On the building side, there's very, very low public awareness, and there are many barriers. So this is a bigger challenge on the building side, which brings us to number two, and that is that really the focus from a program team standpoint, as opposed to number one, where the marketing team is bearing much of the lift here. We need to make it easier to take action. Currently, of course, we have incentives in a number of areas. We're working to train contractors. We are working to bring on innovative technologies to make things easier and lower cost, but much more needs to be done to make it easy for folks. So among the things that we are going to be looking at, is bringing on board the on-bill finance, improving the supply chain issues. These are the kinds of steps that we are looking at for advancing, making it easier to take action. And then finally, access to capital is going to be critical, particularly in the building sector. As noted earlier, over $1 billion to get a quarter of the residential building sector. And so we have some steps that are already moving in that direction. The on-bill finance, again, is the first step in the process. We're starting to work on tariff on-bill finance, which allows the financing to basically survive across account transitions. But there are other measures that will likely be needed. We know from our peers that East Bay Clean Energy is looking at the Department of Energy and possibly securing grants through the Department of Energy for some of their work. They're aiming at $150 million through the Department of Energy. We know that MCE is looking at revenue bonds for some of their work. For those unfamiliar with revenue bonds, they differ from tax bonds, where tax-backed bonds require a vote of taxpayers to adopt, whereas revenue bonds do not. And a number of agencies, such as sanitation districts and water districts, commonly use this tool. There may be other tools that we need to bring to address the capital issue, but that is significant. Next slide, slide 24. I think here I'd like to, before moving to the discussion questions, this may be a good point to take up clarification questions that board members may have.
Okay, are there any questions from members of the board? Betsy.
Thank you. Great presentation, and really feel like you caught all of the spots. I'm wondering, all of the highlights. I'm wondering how you look at the life of the equipment when you're looking at the total emissions and what to focus on, because it looked like you were, I'm just pulling up the slide again. It looked like so many of the places you're looking at the emissions remaining in 2045. And what about the cumulative emissions that are happening until 2045? In other words, cars turn over much more quickly than water heaters and space heaters.
Right.
So how does that factor into the numbers?
Well, we, if I understand your question, first of all, the business as usual forecast factors growth across all segments based on population growth and other factors. So we have baked into the model the prospect of emissions growth, and we do expect, in the case of vehicles, a pretty rapid turnover from gas vehicles to electric vehicles, as shown in the model. For buildings, we don't explicitly hinge the 2045 model to the attrition rate of those appliances, but we have modeled that in more detail and actually drawing on the work in Menlo Park for that. So we know, for example, with water heaters, they turn over roughly 12,000 per year in San Mateo County. So that is something that we are actively trying to key into.
Okay. Are there any other questions from members of the board or any comments from members of the board? Okay, I don't see any at this time. Are there any public comments? I don't see any public comments either. Raphael, is that the end of your presentation or do you have more?
Well, we have 2 slides and propose a pair of key questions and to solicit input from the board if the board wishes to explore the discussion, starting with these questions.
Sure, why don't you present those?
Great, thank you. Shana, if you would advance to slide 25, please, or the next slide, please, with the first discussion question. So as noted earlier, there are differing emphases across our investments. There are trade-offs in those investments. So investments in innovation, which might provide little or no immediate emissions value, but might provide large emissions value later. Investments in underserved communities, where, as we know, there are many reasons why that's important. However, it does mean a higher investment on a per greenhouse gas basis. And our current mix across these priorities is about 7% on innovation, 20% is our target for underserved, and then the balance being what I would describe as kind of main greenhouse gas and supporting distributed energy resource programs. So we're very interested in board feedback with regards to the way we're allocating resources. And the question on the table here is this emphasis about right, or should we be placing more weight in another area?
Okay. And I don't know what your second discussion item is. Is it related to this or is it pretty different?
The second question is a very different question, but also quite important. If we could advance to the next slide. And this is, as has been stated earlier, we know that climate impacts are developing very quickly. The state is now exploring the 2035 target. The advisory committee has recommended moving to a 2035 target. This would necessitate naturally substantial scaling of our efforts. And we are looking for input that board members may have about areas that we should be considering. Among those may be engaging in policy support around existing buildings to phase out methane gas appliances. Another would be developing large-scale financing, such as bonds or possibly enhanced private capital mechanisms, scaling up of marketing efforts or other efforts that board members may identify.
Great. Okay. Very good. So let's take comments and questions related to the first discussion item. And if we bleed into the second, I think that's fine. Carlos.
Yes, given that there is a subcommittee that's actually talking about the DEIA information issue, I actually think that first question, this first discussion item, at least in terms of trying to address supporting low-income underserved communities, which clearly intersects and runs parallel with that DEIA discussion, I'm wondering if that is going to help inform part of the answer to this question. Because again, as I've said before, equity is not about a fair distribution of all resources, but it's trying to move additional resources into areas or folks or people or communities that have been traditionally unnoticed, underserved, subordinated. So I do think it might be helpful to have that discussion inform part of the answer to this question.
So let me make a comment. Carlos, I think that's extremely well taken. My gut response to to this is, it seems like a pretty good balance. We may get more leverage out of innovation, and so innovation is really valuable if it hits the target. But I don't have a really good sense, and I will take direction from the DEIA discussion, and I look forward to that because I think it's a really important discussion for our organization. So I think Carlos's comment is extremely well taken. Julia, you're muted.
Thank you. I was going to say something similar. I think that before we can really see if the balance is about right, or if 20% for underserved is a little low, maybe we sort of put a pin in this and see what the community, the subcommittee comes up with. I think that's a really good idea.
Thank you. Christine.
Oh, thank you, Rick. And thank you everyone for a great presentation today. As far as the second question goes, the suggestion for the marketing outreach for electrification, I think all of us, it makes it easier when our ordinance come bottom up, when our residents request that we take action rather than it being top down, especially in California. I think we all feel when our residents get ordinance fatigue as we impose more and more things. The more help we have educating the public, I think makes it a little easier for us to do this job.
Thank you, Christine. Other comments or questions on either of these? Betsy.
Thank you. Just to echo what Christine just said, one of the things that I very honestly found shocking when we just went through our climate action plan work is how many people did not realize that our current energy mix is clean and that PCE exists and that it serves all of San Mateo County. Even people who I consider very on top of what's going on in the city were making comments that why are we moving to energy when it's not clean? And so I think there's a lot to do with the marketing that would be very beneficial. In addition to that, just the reliability of the grid. And there was so much concern about why are we moving people to electricity, to electrify when we've got the shutoffs and when we're asking people not to use electricity for certain portions of the day, that there's brownouts. And so I think the more we can do just from a basic PCE messaging and educating people would be really, really beneficial. And then also the costs were a big concern, costs of electricity versus gas. So just very strongly echoing what Christine just said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got a comment and then John Keener. So one question I had that I thought about throughout the presentation, Raphael, was exactly what the target is. I know we started with San Mateo County as the target, but now that we have Los Banos, and I think we all feel very strongly that Los Banos is part of the integral mix. I don't know how you adjust the target to include Los Banos, or if you have. So that's kind of a question, and how we deal with that going forward. And the other is just an observation in this discussion item. Your first point deals with building codes. It jumped out at me in the course of your presentation that by far the most cost effective on a cost management and return perspective was the impact that we had in providing advice and direction, no doubt, to building departments and others to change the building codes, and the impacts that they had in terms of decarbonization as a cost impact compared to the other things. So I think that's a really important area to focus on, just because it's so productive.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, John. If you want to respond to the first question, please.
If I may, well, yeah, so on Los Banos, we're certainly aware of the importance of incorporating Los Banos. We will need to engage with Los Banos staff and develop a potentially a process and analysis process. The process in San Mateo County is quite mature with the longstanding RICAPS process, so we're really building off of that. But it is our intention to engage on that with Los Banos. And with regards to code cost effectiveness, certainly from a PCE standpoint in terms of technical assistance, it is cost effective. However, we do anticipate that for existing building code, we will need to, in the end, ultimately apply incentives and other tools there as well to make it easy for property owners to make those conversions. And so the model doesn't really reflect that totally. It's likely that the residential incentives, that at least some portion of that would need to support existing construction code implementation. And so there's actually some overlap between those two items.
Great, thank you. John.
I want to point out that I think it's really important, the wording that you used in this presentation that I haven't heard before, and that's calling gas methane gas, because we all know, or most of us know, that methane is very damaging compared to just simple CO2. And I think that calling the stuff that we use, that gets piped into our homes, methane gas rather than just gas is a substantial step forward in our marketing toward electrification. That's all.
Great. Thanks, John. Laura.
Thank you, Chair. The question around having a more aggressive target as proposed by the CAC is really intriguing to me for two reasons. One is the current timeline of 2045 is essentially pushing this problem to the next generation. And, having two teenage boys, one of which is very concerned about the environment, suggests to me that I don't personally feel comfortable tossing this to the next generation to figure out. So to the extent to which we can influence our actions today to bring that timeline in sooner, I'd be in favor of it. In addition, I thought Raphael's presentation was outstanding, as have been the others today as well. I noted what you did as well, Chair DeGolia, about the return on investment effectively for the building codes. I also noticed that the greenhouse gas emission forecast for PCE seemed to flatten out after a certain period of time. So in my mind, that begs the question, if we're not expecting any additional incremental gain after a certain point in the near future, why not go ahead and bring our timeline in to 2035? Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Okay, Ann Schneider.
Thank you, Chair. This goes to Director Keener's comment. I agree that methane can now be pointed out as something we want to try to get away with, but at the same time, we're also trying to make our evening renewables biomethane. And some people will say, well, whether you're burning gas, regular methane or biomethane, you're still putting stuff into the air. So in terms of messaging, just be careful. I think we just need to be careful with messaging, making sure that they know that by moving to the various biomethane sources, this gas would have been released anyway, and now we're using it before it gets released, or perhaps some of the carbon input isn't released, or it's released. I don't know, that's a tricky area there when you're going to try to say methane bad, biomethane good. Chair. If you're speaking, we
No,
can't
I
hear you.
was muted. I'm sorry. Rick Benia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On this item, I'd like to say that I support the direction from the governor. I support the recommended resolution from the CAC. I really appreciate Laura Palmer Lohan's comments and the comments from John Keener and Raphael with his use of the word methane and in moving towards methane emission and faster action on these climate goals. I know that some people will have some issues with this, but I don't know of anything that we ever work on that some people don't have issues with. So I recommend moving forward with this. Thank you.
Great. I don't have anyone else with their hand up with a comment or question. Betsy.
Thank you. Just a few other comments, and that's, I thought that Raphael got the critical challenges exactly right with building public awareness and motivating adoption, making it easy to take action, and then accessing the capital. Along that line, there was a letter sent to the PCE about taking the turnkey program and expanding the expansion of the low-income healthy homes and electrification turnkey program into a comprehensive direct installation program to streamline and accelerate electrification for everyone. I'm not sure how this was circulated, but I think that that would be just an excellent idea, so that basically to expand this program, and then in addition have the low income overlay with it, but to actually try and do a direct installation program for everyone in PCE territory. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will be exploring a turnkey program that the advisory committee has raised. The SMUD, the Sacramento Municipal Utility District in particular, has notable success with that model. So we will be taking a look at that once we have our new program manager on board.
Okay, so the advisory committee has proposed that we change our goal from getting to net zero by 2045, which is the state position, to getting to net zero by 2035, which it looks like is also being considered by the state as a possible change by them. To make that change, we need to vote on it. We haven't exactly seen, what the impact would be. Raphael, you gave a very thorough presentation here that I think is daunting to all of us to get to the zero net carbonization goal by 2045. What is the wish of the board in terms of moving forward on this now? And I'll just say, I think the options are we could get some more information on how to do that and what the impacts would be, or we could have a motion to make that change now. I've got Christine and then Jeff.
Mr. Chair, I was going to volunteer to make the motion to vote on it now.
Okay, I'll accept that motion. Jeff.
I will volunteer to second that motion.
Great. Okay, Dave Pine. You're muted.
I strongly favor the goal of decarbonization by 2035. But it seems to me we'll need to have some report back to deal with this gap that we've already identified for reaching the goal in 2045, never mind 2035. So it seems to me we're going to need to do a lot more work to try to put real parameters around the goal.
Great. I've got a comment from Jen, our Assistant General Counsel.
I believe Board Member Pine just restated the motion, but if the motion maker could do so for the record, that would be very helpful.
That was me. I moved. So Dave, how would you like to amend the motion?
Oh, I guess the motion would be that PCE adopts a goal of decarbonization by 2035 and requests staff to report back on plan for achieving that goal.
This is Christine Krolik from Hillsborough. I made the motion and I would support it as amended.
Great. Okay. And we've got a second from Jeff Alps. Is that acceptable, Jeff?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I'll take any comments or discussion on it. And I've got Carlos as the first comment.
Yeah, I'm in support of the motion, but truly, I mean, we're an island, and ultimately to get to where we need to go, we're going to need some sort of real carbon pricing program in the U.S. And this is great. I think we should do this, but I think one of the other things we should all be doing is saying, how do we move towards a true carbon pricing program and not cap and trade? But yeah, I'm in support, but realistically, I think we have to move in that tax kind of in that taxing direction.
Great. Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments? Dave and Jen still have their hands up, but I'm assuming you've made your comments. If not, just
That's correct. Sorry about that.
no problem. No problem. Rick Bonilla.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to go to Carlos's comment. There is actually this is not the exact line. It's a carbon-free and dividend act. It's currently being discussed in Washington, D.C. It's actually being discussed right now as needing to be added to the bill that's, I think, going through reconciliation right now because of the urgency that is becoming, the public and legislators are becoming more and more aware of all the time, that the date when things are expected to basically go to hell has moved up on us. And if we're going to have a fighting chance, we have to move up to deal with it. City of San Mateo has already sent 2 letters in support of that legislation. I would suggest that any cities that haven't should consider doing that. Also, make sure your citizens know and are aware so they can make comments in support of that. I think that those are extremely important things that we can do to build momentum towards getting that done in Washington, which is, I agree with Carlos, something that needs to be done in order to enable us to do this better. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further comment from the board. I've got a motion that's been seconded and is before us, but before we move on to that, I want to take any public comment. I've got a comment from Bruce Carney.
Thanks very much. I've been involved in decarbonization initiatives for the last 13 years in the city of Mountain View and in Santa Clara County. I'm certainly supportive of the direction that this motion would take the board, but I want to issue 2 cautions. The first caution is to imagine that you have a goal of losing 30 pounds by Christmas. How often will you weigh yourself? And how often will you adjust your strategy to lose that 30 pounds if the initial results are not as rapid as you hoped? Second of all, what are the consequences of failing to meet the goal? I know that PCE does not have the authority to do all of the things that it might want to do in order to cause this result to take place. Will PCE's members act as champions at each and every city and at the county level itself to urge that those actions be taken in individual cities? For example, to urge that a city will declare the end of flow of natural gas or methane by 2030. It's so challenging to have your heart in the right place, but not have the tools to accomplish the job that you know must be done. And so I would urge the board to direct staff to come up with annual goals on the path to deep decarbonization by 2035, and urge each of you to take action to be the focal point in your communities to make the cities do the very difficult things that they must do going forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bruce. Any other public comment? I don't see any public comment. I do see a comment from Betsy.
Thank you. Just given the last comment, which I greatly appreciate, I was wondering if Jan Pepper would like to make any comments about this goal before we vote on it.
Thanks, Betsy. I think, you know, the motion as it's been stated is to adopt this goal and then have staff report back on how we can achieve that. So I don't, I think we'll have to sit down with Raphael. I imagine his response is going to be that we need to put more money into this more quickly. And so we'll just have to take a look at that and see what it takes. And then we can definitely come back to the board and let you know what it will take to do this. But I think it's fine to adopt this goal, and we'll come back to you and let you know how we think we can implement it.
Right. Okay, thanks, Jan.
Thank you for asking, Betsy.
Okay, I will take public comment from Jason Mendelson, and then we will go to roll call vote.
I'll be really brief because we already discussed this, and I want to thank all of you for your dedication to all of these things. And as we saw, as PCE will be the leader on getting a time-sensitive 24/7 position, I think it's also time we take the lead role as being the exemplar county in the state and in the country to achieve these goals. And the only way to do that is to set them out and to be as provocative as we can. And then we will figure out how to get there by joint effort. But if we don't, we're screwed anyway. So we have to do these things. We have to do them now. We should have done them 30 years ago when we figured this out, and we didn't. And I think that this goal is a modest one. I know that sounds easy from someone who just makes TV shows to say, but that's where I'm coming from. So that's all I can give you. And I would appreciate everybody's participation in achieving that and starting today by bumping up the goal to 10 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jason. Nellie, can we do a roll call vote?
Yes. Okay. San Mateo County?
Yes.
San Mateo County? Atherton?
Yes.
Belmont?
Yes.
Brisbane?
Yes.
Burlingame? Colma? Daly City? East Palo Alto?
Yes.
Foster City? Half Moon Bay?
Enthusiastically, yes.
Hillsborough?
Yes.
Los Banos? Menlo Park?
Yes.
Millbrae?
Yes, sorry, you cut out. Yes.
Pacifica?
Yes.
Portola Valley?
Yes.
Redwood City? San Bruno?
Yes.
San Carlos?
Yes.
San Mateo?
With a wild-eyed wave of the Earth flag, I proudly say yes.
South San Francisco? And Woodside? And just circling back to Colma? Daly City? And Redwood City? Okay.
It should leave.
The motion passes.
Yep, thank you. Okay, I think that concludes our agenda. Did you have anything else, Jan?
No, that's it. But thank you so
Great.
much for being here today, for staying late. And great to see everyone. Thank you for your support, your continued support of PCE and being excited about what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, and I just wanted to note to everybody that there is extensive information in the informational reports as part of the packet today. That is all of the monthly material that we normally receive, as well as the report from the California Community Powers JPA. Thank you all, and we will see you next month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very
Great
much.
discussion.
Great job. Great
Bye-bye.
job.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.